Order, please. Just before we begin with the daily routine, the honourable member for Queens Shelburne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of privilege. I came to this House yesterday hoping that the government was ready to take action to lay out a plan outlining how the electoral boundaries issues would be resolved before the next election. Unfortunately, my hopes were dashed. I take this to mean that the Premier is officially refusing to address this issue before the next general election. Mr. Speaker, the Nova Scotia Court of Appeals has ruled that the process for establishing electoral boundaries currently in use was unconstitutional. Mr. Speaker, we as Canadians are entitled to be protected by the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Mr. Speaker, Section 3 of the Charter of Rights and Freedom speak of fair and effective representation. Mr. Speaker, yet Shelburne County, who, might I add, were never completely consulted, remain split in two at the present electoral map under the present-day configuration. Mr. Speaker, the present municipal units within Queens Shelburne, which this member represents, are requesting electoral boundaries map be adjusted before the next general election, and I will table those documents now. Mr. Speaker, without the adjustment the Nova Scotia Court of Appeals granted to the Acadian communities, I strongly feel that my fair and effective representation protected under the Charter of Rights has been diminished. Mr. Speaker, redistributing of the 3 Acadian seats, Argyll and Clare and Richmond, will ensure my rights of effective representation. Entering into an election with boundaries established by an unconstitutional process dilutes the citizens' votes unduly as compared with another citizen's vote. This runs the risk of providing inadequate representations to the citizens whose votes is diluted. Mr. Speaker, some may suggest that there is not enough time for the boundary review within this government's mandate. And I want to state there is ample time to do this since the present Liberal government has until October 2018 and their present mandate. Mr. Speaker, we need to look no farther than PEI to witness a similar situation unfolding in regards to a boundary review. Mr. Speaker, I understand we live in different jurisdictions, but we all, I repeat, we all live in Canada. PEI, Prince Edward Island, has been proactive and engaged in their Electoral Boundaries Commission, which started in late 2016 and is winding down as I speak. Mr. Speaker, in fact, with the advancements of technology, PEI have its own Facebook page in regard to the boundaries process. Mr. Speaker, technology is changing the way that we live our lives. Within the advancement of technologies, we are able to complete more tasks in less time. Mr. Speaker, it is never the wrong time to do the right thing. My PEI example clearly shows to me that there is ample time to correct the electoral map before the next general election in Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, Section 3 of the Charter of Rights clearly speaks of fair and effective representation. We have a Nova Scotia Court of Appeals decision protecting the Acadian communities. All Nova Scotians is affected by this decision. Mr. Speaker, we have ample time to do or correct this before the next general election. And I might note, Mr. Speaker, because of the possibility minority governments from today forward, governments could face several elections without this issue being addressed. So, Mr. Speaker, I look forward for your consideration of this very serious matter. I look forward to your ruling on my point of privilege. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Richmond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to your ruling as well. In fact, you did provide a ruling yesterday in which you made mention of the decision that was provided by the Court of Appeal. But, Mr. Speaker, I'd be remiss if I didn't remind the Honourable Leader of the NDP in the House of how rich it is to hear him talking about electoral boundaries when he was a senior minister in a government which trampled over the rights of Nova Scotians. They were the ones who were the actual government who interfered in the process. His former colleague, the Minister of Justice and Attorney General, was found by the Court of Appeal to have, and I find it amusing to hear other colleagues who were members of that government as well, who sat there silently and allowed this to take place, where there was clear political interference which happened. So, Mr. Speaker, for them now to be saying that suddenly this should be fixed. What's more ironic as well, Mr. Speaker, when the Leader in the House, the NDP, says there's lots of time to fix this, it's his leader that launched their campaign last Sunday, preparing for an election. So on one end they say there is lots of time for the government to fix this, they have till October 2018, but they launched their campaign in Dartmouth last Sunday. So I know that their leader can't be on the floor of the House to speak for himself, and maybe he's up in the gallery again, but maybe he can explain why is it, if they are so concerned with having ridings corrected, that he would launch a campaign last Sunday based on the current ridings which exist. Mr. Speaker, again, I think you had a ruling yesterday which spoke on this, so I won't say any more, but just to remind Nova Scotians, the reason there was the decision of the Court of Appeal is because of the interference of the former NDP government, of which he and other members of that caucus were a part of and sat silent while they interfered in the independent electoral boundary process of Nova Scotia.
The Honourable Member for Argyll-Barrington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I do, too, look forward to you ruling on this issue. And I'm sort of stuck between two wrongs that are not making a right in this particular case, Mr. Speaker. Because quite honestly, their intervention in the process prior created the boundaries that we have today. But we have a government who has something before them that can start a boundary commission, that could have started a boundary commission a couple of months ago, who has not. That they could actually go out and consult with communities like Shelburne, like Argyll-Barrington, like Queen Shelburne, like Clare Digby, like Richmond, all of these places in Preston that could be affected by any change in the boundaries, and therefore feel that their charter rights of effective representation are affected. Mr. Speaker, we have called for the government to move forward on this. Again, two wrongs don't make a right in this case, but Mr. Speaker, we do look forward to your ruling on this. And Mr. Speaker, just to finally say that it's one of those pieces of work. We're now aware of it. We should just get on with the job that's at hand.
I'm not so sure that it's a point of order, but or a point of privilege, I should say, but I will take it under advisement, and I'll come back to the House. We'll now move on with the daily routine, beginning with presenting and reading of petitions. The Honourable Member for Cumberland South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to table a petition signed by hundreds and hundreds of Nova Scotians. The operative clause reads, and I quote, "We call upon the Government of Nova Scotia to reverse the funding cuts to long-term care, respecting the dignity of patients and fairness for those who deliver that care." Mr. Speaker, I have affixed my own signature to the petition and table it for the benefit of all members of the House.
Petition is tabled. The Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to table a petition from hundreds of Nova Scotians who are also concerned with the cuts to funding to long-term care, where the operative clause states, "Therefore, we call upon the Government of Nova Scotia to reverse the funding cuts to long-term care, respecting the dignity of patients and fairness for those who deliver the care." Mr. Speaker, I've fixed my signature.
The petition is tabled. The Honourable Member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to present a petition on behalf of the member for Eastern Shore. There's 230 signatures, and the operative clause is, "We, the undersigned parents, school staff, and citizens of Eastern Shore are requesting the Nova Scotia government to provide capital funding for the construction of a new standalone primary to grade 12 school as a replacement for the École de Beau Marais." And I have affixed my signature to the document. Thank you.
The petition is tabled. The honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to table a petition, the operative clause being there is a major need for an ambulance to be stationed in the area. There was a recent incident in the area where 911 was called for a young heart attack victim. The fire department took approximately 15 minutes to arrive, and the ambulance took approximately 30 minutes to arrive. This is unacceptable. We're entitled to receive service and care the same as city people. We pay taxes that are entitled to vital services. We ask the government to provide an ambulance stationed in the Prospect or Shad Bay area. And I have affixed, there's over 1,000 signatures, and I've affixed my own. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I'll take that one under advisement while I review the prayer. The honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to table a petition on behalf of the Healthy Forest Coalition. The operative clause says, Premier McNeil, please ban clear cutting, favor selection management on Crown land, and cancel West Forest license. There's hundreds of signatures, Mr. Speaker, and I affixed my signature. Thank you.
Petition is tabled. We'll now move on to presenting reports of committees. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. Statements by ministers. The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to update my fellow members on our efforts to attract more immigrants to Nova Scotia. It's my extreme pleasure to report that we've had a remarkable year for immigration to Nova Scotia. Almost 5,550 people immigrated to our province in 2016, the highest number of immigrants in any year since the Second World War. Given Nova Scotia's demographic challenges, immigration is critical to help build our province, grow our economy, and to make Nova Scotia a vibrant, dynamic society. Mr. Speaker, I'm so proud of these results. They reflect the hard work that we've been doing to grow our population and make Nova Scotia a more diverse and welcoming province. With almost 5,550 new people coming to Nova Scotia last year, we are well on our way to achieving the One Nova Scotia Report's stretch goal of welcoming 7,000 immigrants per year by 2024. We also welcomed a record of 1,350 nominees through our provincial nominee program last year. For comparison, we only had 600 nominees in 2013. On behalf of the Assembly, I thank all 14 settlement partners for helping our new residents adapt to life in the province. Last year, organizations like the Immigrant Services Association of Nova Scotia, the YMCA, le Conseil de développement économique de la Nouvelle-Écosse, and others served more newcomers and did it very well. To help all our new residents adapt to life in our province, we're investing more in immigrant settlement services, including supports for language instruction, and we are transitioning some of this work to the YMCA. My sincere thanks as well to the many people and communities across Nova Scotia that have stepped forward to welcome our new residents. We've done this together. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I am looking forward to another outstanding year for immigration. We have a total of 2,150 spots to fill in 2017. That is the 1,350 spots for our provincial nominee program and 800 spots in our new program, the Atlantic Immigration Pilot. We're on track to break more records. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Kings North.
I'd like to thank the Minister for her remarks in advance. on this, and I do want to congratulate the Minister on her success in seeing these numbers grow. I know that it was early in her mandate as Minister that she travelled to Ottawa in the then Harper government to see those PNP numbers first start to increase, and was successful in negotiating an increase, which has certainly been a key point in seeing these numbers grow, and I commend her on her efforts and her courage at that time to do that. Certainly every number is a personal story, and one of those numbers in the PNP was a family that I was involved with, and I deeply appreciate the Minister and the Minister's staff's efforts on their behalf. I've told you about that before in the House. Most of us in this room are, in fact, likely all of us maybe can trace back some form of immigration that brought us here to this country, and my own family is no exception. In post-World War II, and the wreckage of Holland, the Dutch government, the Canadian government cooperated to bring Dutch farmers to Canada, and many Dutch farmers came to Nova Scotia and settled here and certainly transformed agriculture. And immigration is an important part of the history of our province, and immigration because of tragedy in the homeland is a part of that, unfortunately, and I know the Minister could tell that story too of her own Lebanon, and we see that in Syria, the trouble in Syria now, and in fact in my own church, and in fact in my Rotary Club, unusually the only Rotary Club I think maybe in the country, certainly in Atlantic Canada, but my Kentville Rotary Club has sponsored a family. My church has sponsored a family. A number of churches in Kings County have, and Nova Scotians have reached out to see people from war-torn parts of the world again be brought into the community and be looked after. And I certainly commend the Minister and all Nova Scotians on all of that effort. Thank you.
The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to rise in the House and welcome the news that the Minister of Immigration has shared. Just as indeed I welcome the 5,550 people who immigrated to Nova Scotia last year. We do need new immigrants to Nova Scotia to add to our tax base, to add to our volunteer base, to add to our communities and schools and creative economy. The increase in numbers last year was largely a result of external factors, especially the refugee crisis and the federal government's response to citizens' interest in responding to that crisis. What we have greater influence on here in Nova Scotia and as the provincial government is how many of those 5,550 people will stay and make Nova Scotia their long-term home. Will we make the changes we must make as a province to ensure that not only immigrants, but all Nova Scotians can flourish here? The public school system, for example, needs additional resources. We need a real English as an additional language program so that students are supported as they enter our system. And then we need smaller classes all the way from primary to grade 12 so that teachers are able to respond to diverse needs in their classrooms. We need adequate income assistance rates. Some government-assisted and privately sponsored refugees, now permanent residents, will be relying on income assistance while they continue to learn English and create their homes here. Like all individuals and families in Nova Scotia, they need to live. And our assistance rates don't currently allow that with any dignity. We need to support and build the new capacity in Nova Scotia in terms of private sponsorship of refugees. ISANS, the Immigrant Settlement Association of Nova Scotia, briefly had additional support from the Office of Immigration to support all the private sponsorship of refugee groups that just sprung up across the province. But we should be looking at that as a long-term resource, a long-term plan, particularly family-linked sponsorship, because that's a way of attracting more Nova Scotians to our province and encouraging newcomers to stay. And finally, in this era of precarious employment, we need a channel for skilled entrepreneurs to become permanent residents, even if they don't have a link to one employer who's ready to make a multi-year commitment to them. We have lost and we will lose too many people with a desire to live in this province, to build our economy. And those are people we desperately need. Thank you very much.
Just before we move on, a couple of housekeeping items. I forgot to mention earlier the topic for late debate as submitted by the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid is therefore be it resolved that the government's failure to act on the doctor shortage has had an extreme consequence for thousands of people in Nova Scotia, particularly the 106,000 people without a family doctor. And that is late debate at the conclusion of opposition business today. And also, I've had a chance to review the petition as submitted by the honourable member for Timberley Prospect, and unfortunately, I have to reject it. The petition is not in order in a couple of items. There is no ask identified here. That's within the power of government to do. And also, the prayer is not on the signature pages, so they're standalone signature pages, and unfortunately, that does not meet our minimum requirements. So, we'll now move on to Government Notices of Motion. The Honourable Minister of the Public Service Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas today, April 26, is Administrative Professionals Day, and whereas the work of administrative professionals requires knowledge and skills in communications, office technology, accounting, project management, and strong organizational abilities. And whereas at this time we celebrate their leadership and hard work that is essential in efficiently organizing the operations of private industry, government, and not-for-profit organizations every day. Therefore, be it resolved that the Nova Scotia Legislature acknowledges and celebrates our hard-working and talented professionals and recognizes their many contributions to our province. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas April 26, 2017 is Denim Day, acknowledging women in the Italian Parliament who came to work wearing jeans in solidarity for a victim of sexual violence that was told in court that wearing tight jeans implied consent, leading to a rape conviction being overturned. And whereas wearing jeans on Denim Day has become an international symbol of protest against erroneous and destructive attitudes about sexual assault, and whereas there is no excuse and never an invitation to rape, this is a message that needs to be shared widely during Sexual Assault Awareness Month in April and beyond. Therefore, be it resolved that the members of the House of Assembly join me in solidarity to raise awareness of sexual violence and to support survivors. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And before I read my resolution, I'd like to, if I could, draw the attention of the members to the East Gallery. We're joined today by a very special guest. I would ask members of the House to join me in welcoming Maxine Farmer. Maxine is the wife of a longtime member of our Justice family, if I could say, as an employee for over 25 years, Gary Farmer, who passed away last year. As I say, Maxine is joined by a large number of Gary's colleagues who all really respected and loved working with him, and they're happy to be here today to join Maxine. So perhaps I'll ask you all to stand as I say your name. Maxine, maybe you'd like to stand so we can see you. There you are. And Sean Kelly, John Scoville, Tammy Vella, Kathy Richards, Doug Leck, Janice Aiken, Nadine Blair, Jim McCarthy, Paulette McKinnon, and Reverend Ogiri Ohanaka. And if we could, I would ask that we all give them a warm welcome as I read my resolution. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Gary Farmer, who passed away in 2016, is remembered by his colleagues and friends as an exceptional and well-respected Department of Justice youth worker and former Deputy Superintendent at Central Nova Scotia Correctional Facility for over 25 years. And whereas Gary was also a talented musician and much admired member of the province's African Nova Scotian community. And whereas Gary's life was celebrated with a Heritage Award in his memory at the 19th Annual African Nova Scotia Music Association Awards ceremony held in Halifax in February. Therefore, be it resolved that members of the House extend sincere gratitude for Gary's extensive contributions as a public servant, a musician, and a remarkable Nova Scotian. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye. Aye. Contrary minded, nay. Motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I have another number of people to introduce in the gallery, if I may, with your permission. We are joined today by a number of representatives from the Human Rights Commission, and I know we're all very interested in that organization that serves us so well. This year is the 50th anniversary, and that's why they've joined us today. I'd like to introduce Christine Hansen, Director and CEO of the Human Rights Commission, and Eunice Harker, who is the Chair of that wonderful commission. They're joined by, I've got more names. I do have more names because they're joined by some of their wonderful staff of the commission: Adria May, Lisa Richards, Allison Smith, Pam Osborne, Angela Schreider, Kessa Monroe Anderson, Lisa Robinson, Mahogany O'Keefe, and Angela McClellan, all from the Human Rights Commission, and please welcome them today.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas 50 years ago, the Nova Scotia Human Rights Commission was created through the implementation of the important Nova Scotia Human Rights Act and the appointment of the first commissioners. And whereas over the past 50 years, we've achieved great human rights milestones, including improving gender equality, affirming treaty rights of Mi'kmaq to fish commercially, recognizing the rights of same-sex couples to marry, eliminating mandatory retirement, and recognizing the rights of transgendered persons. And whereas the Commission continues to this day to advance equity and dignity, foster positive and respectful relationships, and actively protects and promotes the human rights of all Nova Scotians. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House congratulate the Nova Scotia Human Rights Commission on their 50th anniversary and join us in celebrating their progress and their ongoing efforts to advance human rights in our province. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. With all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Contrary minded, nay. Motion is carried. We'll now move on to introduction of bills. The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 18 of the Acts of 1998, the Municipal Government Act, and Chapter 39 of the Acts of 2008, the Halifax Regional Municipal Charter, also known as an Act to improve transparency and accountability with municipal expenses. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 18 of the Acts of 1998, the Municipal Government Act, and Chapter 39 of the Acts of 2008, the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter.
Bill number 84, entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 18 of the Acts of 1998, Municipal Government Act, Chapter 39 of the Acts of 2008, the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 293 of the Revised Statute 1989, the Motor Vehicle Act.
The honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 293 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Motor Vehicle Act.
Bill number 85, entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 293 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Motor Vehicle Act.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The honourable member for Sackville-Beaverbank.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 18 of the Acts of 1998, the Municipal Government Act, and Chapter 39 of the Acts of 2008, the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter.
The honourable member for Sackville-Beaverbank begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 18 of the Acts of 1998, the Municipal Government Act, and Chapter 39 of the Acts of 2008, the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter.
Bill number 86, entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 18 of the Acts of 1998, the Municipal Government Act, and Chapter 39 of the Acts of 2008, the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to introduce an act named An Act to Amend Chapter 25 of the Acts of 1998, the Real Estate Appraisers Act, and the Election by Widow Regulations.
The honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 25 of the Acts of 1998, the Real Estate Appraisers Act, and the Election by Widow Regulations.
Bill number 87, entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 25 of the Acts of 1998, the Real Estate Appraisers Act, and the Election by Widow Regulations.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The honourable member for Queens Shelburne.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Occupational Safety General Regulations.
The honourable member for Queens Shelburne begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Occupational Safety General Regulations.
Bill number 88, entitled An Act to Amend the Occupational Safety General Regulations.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce an act entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 1 of the Acts of 1995 to 1996, the Education Act, and Chapter 300 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Municipal Elections Act.
The honourable member for Halifax Needham begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 1 of the Acts of 1995-96, the Education Act, and Chapter 300 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Municipal Elections Act.
Bill number 89, entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 1 of the Acts of 1995-96, the Education Act, and Chapter 300 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Municipal Elections Act.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. We'll now move on to notices of motion. Statements by members. The honourable member for Inverness.
Awari Uramich. Margail, Hunami Dalshias, Canon, agus Dúlchas, Nuaravami, Fasuas. Handachuch, Glehutramach, Gan Vorain Shaw, and an Imag Dai. Gedahamin Hananan, a Kreenag, agus an Kunners Feo and Tull. Hami Talicha Ara Guvel, Avechug Canon, agus cultúr thors a seo an alba nua. Hímian Joe Vue a heice seo na gael, sin is ach agus hemitálaigte go bhfuil rialtas na alba nua a bhí cutseachil a thuamh seo fat coiú cóig bliana a díag. Ha immers bhe thos a seo agus bethórgáin barach taich a chumul ria. Mr. Speaker, as a Nova Scotian Gael, I have seen my grandparents speak Gaelic and understand that it is part of who I am. What I have found strange is that Gaelic seemed to be disappearing as this generation of Nova Scotians passed on to the next world. Linguistic diversity is in severe decline around the world. We are losing cultural richness and all that it adds to our lives. Yet, we are supporting revitalization of Gaelic here in Nova Scotia. I have witnessed this personally, even within my own family. We have to keep it alive for the many Nova Scotians who share this heritage. The efforts of the provincial government over the past 15 years have made a difference. It strengthens identity, it creates confidence in one's culture, it creates a bond for young Nova Scotians with their families and their communities, giving them reason to stay here in this province. It also creates enormous economic return. Based on this success, let us have continued investment in this important cultural resource.
With the unanimous consent of the House, we'll revert back to government notices of motion. Is it agreed? It is agreed. We'll now do a government notice of motion. The Honourable Minister of Finance and Gaelic Affairs.
Capital of Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Gaels in Nova Scotia through Gaelic language, culture and identity make and have made numerous educational, social and economic contributions to the province of Nova Scotia, and whereas 2017 marks the 21st anniversary of Gaelic Nova Scotia Month and the many contributions of Gaels over 150 years in our country, and whereas Nova Scotia represents the only remaining area outside of Europe where Gaelic language, culture and identity are shared and passed on from generation to generation in community, with approximately 1/3 of the province's population having Gaelic connections. Therefore, be it resolved that every member of the House recognize and celebrates the cultural, social and economic contributions Nova Scotia Gaels make to our province, and to participate in opportunities that both honour and raise awareness of the value of the language, culture and identity of Gaels in Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Communications, Nova Scotia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas most days we, the members of the Legislative Assembly, enjoy a healthy working relationship with the media, especially our press gallery, and whereas we are fortunate to have as the head of our gallery and the oldest legislature in Canada an esteemed employee of the Canadian Broadcast Corporation, and whereas it has come to our attention that Jean Laroche has walked or run these hallways providing exemplary service for what is now 3 decades, therefore be it resolved that all members of the House congratulate Jean Laroche as he celebrates his 30th year of service, providing important coverage on issues that matter to Nova Scotians. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion carried.
Now I'll go answer his question.
The Honourable Member for Halifax Needham on an introduction.
Mr. Speaker, it gives me pleasure to introduce to the House uniform members, some of whom I know from their work at Northwood in Halifax Needham, who have joined us today in the West Gallery. We're joined, and maybe you could stand as I say your name, by Shanna Wilcox, Linda McNeil, Wendy Chaput, Jason Potty, Marcus Hanrahan, Linda McLeod, Wendy McKinnon, Marley McCauley, Marion Poirier, and Jessica Smith. And my apologies, I should have read this hen scratch before I started to read it. But thank you very much. Thank you for your work, and welcome to the House of Assembly. that in the East Gallery, there are also a number of people here from the Advocates for Care of the Elderly, including Ian Johnson, Susan Brown, Karen Gibbons, and perhaps Gary McLeod has returned to his seat, in which case, welcome to you. Welcome to the House of Assembly. Sorry, Mr. Speaker.
We'll now go back to member statements. The honourable member for Fairview, Clayton Park.
Beg leave for an introduction, Mr. Speaker.
Permission granted.
I have a couple. So we'll start off, if I have our members' attention to the East Gallery, where we are joined by Mr. Ray Anjul, who is my right-hand man, and ask him to stand and receive the warm welcome of the House.
Hardest job in politics.
Dealing with me, definitely. And I'd also, next to Ray is Sarah Dobson, and I would ask her to please stand and receive the warm applause of the House. And also maybe stay standing while I proceed to a member statement specifically. Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize Sarah Dobson for her recent involvement in Daughters of the Vote. Sarah was selected to represent the riding of Halifax West in an all-female forum held on Parliament Hill on March 8, 2017, International Women's Day, and as such, also had the honor of acting as Speaker of the House, a task she did with grace and ease. Sarah, a political science graduate of Dalhousie University who will head back to Dal in the fall to be in law school, was an active member of the Dal Student Union and a former page here in the House of Assembly. She is a remarkable woman whose passion for humanitarian and human rights issues is inspirational. It was an honor to be in Parliament to see Sarah and all of her incredible peers from across our country shine at this historic event. Imagine a legislature of only women. Mr. Speaker, I would ask that you and the members of this House join me in acknowledging Sarah on this great accomplishment and wish her all the best in her future endeavors.
The honourable member for Northside, Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the crisis in healthcare has reached epidemic proportions in Nova Scotia, while places like Cape Breton are losing specialists like infectious disease specialists. On the eve of a government budget, I would like to speak for some people who often get lost in this health crisis, our healthcare professionals. There's a huge domino effect when hospitals, for example, are under-resourced to the breaking point. We have heard a recent story about the unthinkable happening to Mr. Webb, others about code senses becoming normal. Nova Scotia's health professionals should never be placed in that situation. No family should ever be subjected to it. Platitudes and budget band-aids, Mr. Speaker, won't fix this problem. Thank you.
The honourable member for Queens, Shelburne.
Mr. Speaker, earlier this year, all Nova Scotians learned that the Court of Appeal's decision regarding the boundaries review. Since that time, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Canadian Affairs has confirmed secret meetings have been ongoing with the Acadian Federation. However, I want to remind the Minister that all Nova Scotians are affected by this decision. Mr. Speaker, most Nova Scotians, Mi'kmaq, African Nova Scotians, most Nova Scotians have been left in the dark by any negotiations regarding any future boundary changes. Mr. Speaker, this is a government that pledged to be open and transparent. I'd like to remind the present Liberal government of Section 3 of the Charter of Rights, and that proceeding with secret negotiations is not a fair, open, transparent process. Thank you.
The honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville, on an introduction.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker. I would have all members of the House direct their attention to the East Gallery. Today we're joined by a fellow Highland Parker, David Gillette. He's the owner of the Everwood Avenue Brew Shop. Please welcome to the House today.
The honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize David Gillette of Highland Park for his success with his small business, Everwood Ave Brew Shop. David began his brew shop out of his home in 2013 with a desire to contribute to the home brew culture. He stocks products for beginners to advanced brewers and is one of the most significant shops of its kind in the area and I think throughout the nation. David has worked hard and tirelessly over the past few years to grow his business, which has resulted in him recently opening a new, larger location in Sackville. In his new location, he continues to sell the best products for the best prices. There is a deal a day and sometimes more than one, encouraging people to check the daily deals for the best deals. It is a one-stop shop for all your brewing needs. Everwood Ave is a great example of how starting a small business in Nova Scotia can turn into a success story and an opportunity for employment here in the province. I ask all members of the House to join me in congratulating David and Everwood Brew Shop for success as a small business here in Nova Scotia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the efforts of one person can truly make a difference in their community. Volunteering has many positive benefits both for the volunteer and the community. Georgie Dewey was selected as Trenton's Volunteer of the Year. She's quietly volunteered her time and talents to many organizations in her community, including Explorer Leader, Sunday School teacher, superintendent of her church's Sunday School program, board member for the McClellan Memorial Camp, secretary for the First United Church and the Pictou County Council of Churches for more than 20 years. She's also the editor of her church's newsletter, a member of the UCW, and has assisted Shepherd's Lunchroom and was the secretary for the Order of the Eastern Star. She has offered her time and talents to her community for decades. I encourage all members of the legislature to join me and thank Georgie Dewey for her volunteer work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Inverness on an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the West Gallery, I'd like to draw attention to former Premier of the province. We have Rodney MacDonald, who's president of the Gaelic College, with us today, and we have some guests with him from the college, Margie Beaton from Mabu. I was going to try to get the names, Mr. Speaker. I think I have Colin up there, I believe, and I should have the name of the other individual. Unfortunately, I don't have it. But I'd like to welcome them here to the legislature, ask them to stand and ask members to give them applause.
The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Mr. Speaker, I had the honour of being welcomed by members of two historic churches in Halifax Needham recently. Cornwallis Street Baptist Church celebrated their 185th anniversary this weekend. They have been firmly rooted in Halifax's North End longer than Canada has been in existence. That church will soon be renamed, graciously and out of empathy with Mi'kmaq neighbours whose ancestors were targeted by Cornwallis. On Easter Sunday, I attended a sunrise service in Africville in the rebuilt Seaview Baptist Church. Along with lyrics for hymns, we were all given a church bulletin from the last Easter Sunday service in Africville in 1967. It listed the services scheduled for that week. Monday, Pastor Bryant in charge. Tuesday, Women's Night, and so forth. In a little white church near a dump located there because of environmental racism just weeks before the church was bulldozed. We can and must know our history and have our eyes and hearts open to our present and work toward a just, kind, and restored society. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Lunenburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to congratulate Eva Shepherd-Dixon on receiving the David and Heather Abriel Memorial Scholarship. Eva will attend a weekend highlighting Celtic music at the North Atlantic Tainol 2017 this June in Prince Edward Island. A Celtic musician celebration that showcases a variety of workshops and performances. Eva is 16 years old and has played the fiddle for the past 10 years. Under the musical direction of Elida Buchanan, she spawned Eva's love for Celtic music. The scholarship is provided by and named for the late Dr. David and Heather Abriel, who were known all over the province for their contributions to both the medical and musical communities. Mr. Speaker, I ask that you and all members of this House of Assembly please join me in congratulating Eva on receiving the scholarship and its very first, Mr. Speaker, and wish her well at the North Atlantic Tainol 2017. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to thank the Pictou Academy Foundation for their magnanimous offer to the Shenectady Central Regional School Board. The Foundation has offered the Shenectady Central Regional School Board $1 million over 5 to 7 years to be used for enhancements for a new primary to 12 school if it is located within the town of Pictou and is named Pictou Academy. In 2016, Pictou Academy celebrated its 200th anniversary. 200 years of providing the youth of Pictou and surrounding areas with an exceptional education. Mr. Speaker, I would like to acknowledge the opportunity that the Pictou Academy Education Foundation has presented to the school board. This is a real opportunity in a truly unique set of circumstances to which I hope the school board gives careful consideration in the future. Thank you.
The honourable member for Queens Shelburne.
Mr. Speaker, just this spring we witnessed in Ottawa our federal NDP leader suggest to the Prime Minister of Canada that if he only attended one question period a week, he could easily be replaced with a cardboard cutout. Mr. Speaker, could this lack of political interest be spreading to Nova Scotia and the provincial Liberals? Mr. Speaker, we observed this very Premier only attending 60% of Cabinet meetings so far this year. Will we be next to possibly have cardboard cutouts in this chamber? Mr. Speaker, perhaps you'll get more answers from these cardboard cutouts than we received from the Premier and his ministers over the last 3.5 years. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kings South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the impressive achievements of a talented young New Minas athlete, Addie Burgess. Addie is only 14 years old, but she's been participating in karate for most of her life. She has enjoyed tremendous success in competitions, winning 43 of her first 50 fights and accumulating dozens of medals. In March of this year, she traveled to Quebec City as part of the Team Nova Scotia to compete in the National Karate Championships. In her second trip to Nationals, she competed in the cadet 54-kilogram class and ended up capturing a bronze medal. She hopes to again participate at Nationals in 2018 when the national competition will be held here in Halifax. On behalf of the Nova Scotia House of Assembly, I congratulate Addie on her continued success in her chosen sport and wish her all the best in her future competitions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Colchester Musquodoboit Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Where some see barriers, others see opportunities. In grade 6, Toronto Heights resident Courtney Mills was diagnosed with Asperger syndrome, a subtitle of autism spectrum disorder. Now an adult, she recognized a lack of resources for assisting autistic individuals and worked with Autistic Nova Scotia to offer training designed to help paramedics, firefighters, and other first responders. Recognition of the need for this type of training is beginning to spill over into the business community as she just completed a training session with staff, crew, and some of the businesses in the Toronto Mall. I wish to commend Courtney Mills for her leadership, strength, and courage in using her personal inside perspective and life experiences to educate others. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, is it just me or is there an election in the air? I think the Liberals' recent announcement of a $10 million gravel road program is a good indication that an election is indeed on the way. I do want to remind the Liberals that since they sold off the province's mobile asphalt plant, Nova Scotians have been paying more for less paving. Perhaps that's their plan, Mr. Speaker, to give up paving altogether and just have gravel roads. Because, Mr. Speaker, with this recent announcement of gravel road program, people are concerned that sand-sealed roads will not be chip-sealed, but rather they will be turned back into a gravel road. I've been informed that this is exactly the plan, Mr. Speaker, so will the Minister of TIR confirm that sand-sealed roads in our province now will all be turned back into gravel roads and not chip-sealed? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Antigonish.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tonight, members of the Strait Regional School Board will be receiving presentations from residents of Antigonish to learn more about the value of and the academic success of H.M. Macdonald Elementary School. I hope that the members of the Strait Regional School Board keep the best interest of students in mind when they are voting tonight on motions that will be tabled. Thank you.
We'll now move on to oral questions put by members to ministers. The House will recess till further notice. Order, please. We'll now move on to oral questions put by members to ministers. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start question period today by tabling the Nova Scotia Sustainable Procurement Policy, which guides government purchases. The policy states, and I quote, "This policy is designed to drive best value for the expenditure of public funds through maximizing competition and conducting open, fair, and transparent purchasing processes," and I'll table that for the benefit of the House. Mr. Speaker, this is a policy that is put in place to protect taxpayers from bad deals, like a government that pays 12 times the assessed value when it's buying land. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the Premier if he can tell the House what steps did his government take to ensure that the purchase of the Whopper Drop lands in Bayers Lake followed their own purchasing policy?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the gentleman for the question. As I said to him yesterday, our generation has an opportunity to reshape the healthcare delivery model in the province. Very excited about the fact that the outpatient clinic will be happening out where the majority of the citizens are in HRM that would be using that facility. As well as it's in a location where the 60% of us who live outside of HRM who come in to access those facilities will have easier access to it. I told him yesterday the Department of Transportation went around, looked at the number of sites that were in the area, looked at the roads coming in, what it would cost to get those sites set up. The honourable member is referring to an assessment on a property that was woodland that had no work done to it at all. The price, though, that he's using that we bought it for is a fully accessible site, one that has water, sewer, roads. The pad is ready for building, Mr. Speaker. And we're excited about the fact that Nova Scotians are joining our government to continue to move forward to improve the healthcare system in Nova Scotia.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on his first supplementary.
Mr. Speaker, what Nova Scotians are doing is questioning the integrity of the Premier's government because they see an untendered land purchase at 12 times its assessed value and a government leader who won't share why that was done, how they came to that purchase price, why they didn't look at any other properties through a tendering process, Mr. Speaker, which would clear all this up. I've tabled the government's own purchasing policy. I've asked the Premier to explain how he ensured it was followed. He didn't answer, Mr. Speaker, and that's because they didn't follow it. They sidestepped it, even though there's more than one property in this province that meets the needs of our healthcare system. But yet they picked this one without tender. So I'd like to ask the Premier directly, why did you sidestep your own purchasing policy?
Just like to remind the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition not to refer to members opposite directly. The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I want to tell the honourable member we are excited about the fact that we get a chance to reshape the healthcare delivery model in our province. The fact that we get a chance to do the outpatient clinic that will move out in part of our capital city where a huge number of people are, a growing population are living there, those that would use that facility on a regular basis. At the same time, it's a great location for those of us who live outside to converge the 103, the 102. Those are all positive signs. I also want to assure the honourable member that the good people of Transportation Infrastructure Renewal went out and looked at a number of sites. I think in total there were 15 sites. They narrowed it down to a couple of sites. Gone through the negotiation with a number of landowners. This came up to be the one with the best value, the best deal, Mr. Speaker. Again, he stands in this House recognizing he's quoting a price that the person paid for forest land. He's not acknowledging in this House the fact that that site will require blasting. They'll need roads built in, water, sewer will have to be delivered into that. And everyone in this province knows the cost associated with that, Mr. Speaker. And we're looking forward to continue to work forward with all Nova Scotians so that we continue to improve the healthcare system that Nova Scotians want for not only for this decade, Mr. Speaker, but the next number of decades.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Nova Scotians will not be satisfied by a Premier who refuses to answer basic questions about why he ignored his own purchasing policy and didn't tender that purchase. In fact, every time the Premier stands up here and dodges the questions, they don't get more comfortable, Mr. Speaker. They get more suspicious that something fishy happened, because there is no good reason not to tender that land purchase, Mr. Speaker. Tendering would have cleared up all these questions. Not tendering leads to questions, Mr. Speaker. We've asked even basically, will the Premier break out the purchase price between the improvements on the land that he's citing in his answer here this afternoon and the actual purchase price, and his own government refuses to provide that information, Mr. Speaker. We've asked him to table every document related to this purchase. He says no. Share with the Auditor General, and he says no. If it's such a good deal, Premier, why won't you show Nova Scotians all the details?
I'd like to remind the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition once more not to refer to members opposite directly. The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, that's not what I said, Mr. Speaker. At any time the Auditor General has required information, Mr. Speaker, from our government, we've continued to provide him all of the information, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member has asked the Auditor General to come in. If the Auditor General thinks it's necessary, he'll do so, and we'll provide him with all of the information, Mr. Speaker, that he requires. We're very confident that we have for best value for Nova Scotia taxpayers, Mr. Speaker. We're going to continue to move forward. And there's one thing I'm certain, Mr. Speaker, one thing Nova Scotians are getting tired of is the negativity of the Leader of the Opposition.
The Honourable Leader in the House for the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Premier. Mr. Speaker, over the past 2 years, this government has cut more than $8 million from the budget of nursing homes. Nursing homes administrators have told this government that these cuts have reduced food quality and recreation programs for residents. Mr. Speaker, will the Premier apologize to Nova Scotians for taking money out of these facilities that house our most vulnerable seniors?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for the question. I want to thank, Mr. Speaker, all those Nova Scotians who work in nursing homes across our province and continue to make sure that our loved ones are cared for when they enter into those facilities. We made a decision a year ago to reduce by 1%. We believe that funding could have come out of administration in the nursing homes across the province. There were issues that were brought to our attention. The Minister of Health has continued to work with those nursing homes to deal with some of those issues, and I'm looking forward to the Minister of Finance standing up and tabling his budget in the coming days.
The Honourable Leader in the House for the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, residents in long-term care facilities need the care provided by the dedicated staff who work in these facilities. This government's $8 million cut has resulted in positions being left vacant and hours of work being reduced. Families of residents are worried about the impact of the quality of care. Mr. Speaker, can the Premier promise Nova Scotians that cutting budgets of nursing homes has not put seniors at risk?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I want to tell the honourable member that the men and women across this province who work to ensure and care for our seniors are providing top quality care, Mr. Speaker, and I would put it up against not only care in this province but any province across the country, Mr. Speaker. I again want to tell the honourable member that there were nursing homes who, after the budget of last year, raised issues with the Minister of Health. The Minister of Health has sat down with each one of those nursing homes to work through those challenges. And again, I'm looking forward to the Minister of Finance standing up and tabling his budget tomorrow.
The Honourable Leader in the House of the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, tomorrow when this government tables their budget, it will be noted it will be nothing to be proud of. The people of Nova Scotia will not applaud this Premier. They will blame him for balancing the budget on the backs of seniors of this province. Mr. Speaker, will the Premier agree to restore the millions in funding he took from nursing homes that care for our most vulnerable seniors?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud of the work our government has done to continue to make sure that we continue to make the investments in home care, Mr. Speaker, ensuring that seniors who want to stay in their home as long as possible are having the opportunity to stay there, Mr. Speaker, making sure that we're investing in classrooms across the province, making sure that we're investing in economic opportunities, Mr. Speaker, to provide job opportunities for young Nova Scotians here. We led the country on a per capita basis of retaining young people last year, Mr. Speaker. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, we did that by improving the fiscal health of this province that now is providing us with options that we didn't have when that gentleman was in Cabinet.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, for the past year, this government has told Nova Scotians the only way they can have safer highways is if they're prepared to pay a toll for that privilege, Mr. Speaker. In fact, the Minister of Transportation himself is quoted repeatedly as saying, and I'll quote from one example, it would be decades before the roads could be twinned unless Nova Scotians are prepared to pay a toll. Well, today, you know what, Mr. Speaker, we find out that that's not true. After all this kerfuffle, after all these studies, the expensive consultations that went on, Mr. Speaker, Nova Scotians saw through that and have said no to tolls, and suddenly now there's another way to get safer highways, Mr. Speaker. Why did the government spend all that time and money trying to tell people they needed to pay a toll to have safer highways when, in fact, there was always a better way?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for the questions. He would know, we would know and consulted with Nova Scotians about the largest highway twinning project that would have been in our history, which would have been a couple of 100 kilometres. We said we could do that through the process of tolling. Nova Scotians came to those meetings. Mr. Speaker, the minister went out, people at TIR went out, they engaged them, they listened to them, we responded with them. We've now, Mr. Speaker, have said to them, it was announced today, along working with the federal government, that we will be able to look at and work at 78 kilometres, Mr. Speaker, substantially less than the 200 kilometres we were talking about. We'll be moving forward on that, and I'm very grateful for those Nova Scotians who stood up and recognized and applauded our government for the work. And I want to thank the Leader of the New Democratic Party who recognizes these are good highway projects. Let's hope we can make it unanimous.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, let's call this what it is. This is a charade. This is a government that said it would be decades if you want safer roads unless they could dig deeper into your pockets, Mr. Speaker. Now, on the eve of an election, suddenly it turns out the tolls aren't needed to cover off the most dangerous sections, Mr. Speaker. Nova Scotians saw through that charade, fortunately for them, because they're already digging deep enough into their pockets to pay the taxes and tolls that are imposed on them every day. Mr. Speaker, I've got to ask the Premier, why did he put Nova Scotians through this charade when there was money in Ottawa and infrastructure money available before he started to ask them for tolls. Why suddenly now is he changing his tune and finding that better way?
The Honourable Premier.
Speaker, again, I want to thank, Mr. Speaker, all those Nova Scotians who came out and engaged the government when we were talking about tolling 200 kilometres of highway across the province. I want to thank the Minister and the staff at TIR who did a tremendous job. Mr. Speaker, very proud of the announcement today of the 78 kilometres that will be part of the 104, the 101, the 103, and the Burnside Connector, Mr. Speaker. Those were the important priorities that we were hearing from as we rode in those communities. We're going to continue to work with those communities to make those investments. I think it's also important for the honourable member to recognize part of the announcement today was part of that money. There's about $30 million that would also deal with areas where the highway is not being twinned, but we believe there's a safety issue that we continue to improve, like when you go below Digby in the Clare area. There's other places where we'll continue to work with that, but we heard very clearly from Nova Scotians, and I think the honourable member at one point stands up in this House and tells us to engage Nova Scotians, and then he's now complaining about the fact that we did, Mr. Speaker. So we're going to continue. We're going to continue to work with Nova Scotians.
The Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Premier. The Code Census report released by the NSGEU shines a light on his government's lack of attention to ERs in this province over the last 3.5 years. Patients' rooms being double, triple booked, patients flowing out into the hallways and family rooms. Meanwhile, this government has been busy creating a super board no one asked for, Mr. Speaker, a super board whose main purpose seems to be to relieve the minister from his responsibility as the head of the healthcare system. So I'd like to ask the Premier, as the leader of this province, when is he going to take some responsibility for overcrowding in ERs under his Liberal government?
The Honourable Premier.
Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for the question he raises. The Nova Scotia Government Employees Union, they worked with us, Mr. Speaker, to eliminate wait lists, Mr. Speaker, in home care. We're very proud of that. We want to thank them for the work. We've been working with them with a piece of legislation that will be introduced tomorrow. We're encouraged by that, and I want to ensure the honourable member that the report he's referring to will look at the recommendations and things that were brought forward by the union and by our employees. But I want to tell him and all Nova Scotians that when you enter into a healthcare system in our province, there are professional people working there. These are safe environments, Mr. Speaker, and people should feel they can go into these facilities and receive the top quality care that they've come to expect.
The Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, the snowball effect created by this government's inability to manage our healthcare system is putting lives of patients and staff at risk, Mr. Speaker. The lack of long-term care is backing up hospitals, which in turn are backing up ERs. The signs are all around us, Mr. Speaker, and yet it is the healthcare workers and patients' families, not the Minister of Health, not the government, who are having to come forward to bring these issues to the public attention. So I'd like to ask the Minister, or the Premier, so I ask the Premier, why hasn't he stepped in as leader of this province to put a stop to his government's neglect of the healthcare system, which is putting patients and healthcare workers at risk?
The Honourable Premier.
I want to thank the honourable member for the question. I want to thank the Minister of Health and the healthcare providers across the province who are working to ensure that when Nova Scotians require service, Mr. Speaker, is there for them. I want to remind the honourable member, it wasn't that long ago he was Minister of Health, and the QE2 issue that was on his desk got ignored and left there. We've been continuing to work. We're going to continue to work, Mr. Speaker. When we move
Order, please. The Honourable Premier has the floor.
I want to continue to work, Mr. Speaker, as we improve the investment in our infrastructure. We know that when the 3rd and 4th floors being finished, the 5th floor in Dartmouth, the 8 OR theatres that will be created in Dartmouth will alleviate some of the pressure, Mr. Speaker, that's being felt downtown when we have cancelling taking place. The investment in home care, Mr. Speaker, is continuing to allow more seniors to receive the care at home where they want to as long as possible. And yes, we want to make sure we're going to continue to invest in long-term care facilities so that when a Nova Scotian senior requires that support, they'll have it.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week, Nova Scotians heard the heartbreaking story of Jack Webb, a man who died at the QE2 in February. His story shows the chaos that goes on in our hospitals when people can't get the care that they need. Jack's story stirred many emotions, Mr. Speaker, in all of us and in all Nova Scotians who know we can be doing better than this. Quite frankly, they see this as proof that this government has let Jack Webb and his family and too many other Nova Scotians down. Would the Premier agree that the government has failed Jack Webb and his family just when he needed their care the most?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member for the question again. As I said yesterday, I want to give my sympathies and condolences to the family. Mr. Speaker, every Nova Scotian, when they come into our healthcare system, we want to return that family back to their home. I want to also thank the healthcare providers who are working in our healthcare system, Mr. Speaker, providing top quality care. At the same time, there's been a level of neglect on infrastructure in this province for decades. We continue to work to make sure that we can alleviate some of that pressure. The honourable member stood up on his very first question complaining about the purchase price of a piece of land that will help alleviate some of the pressure that we're feeling down in the core and on the peninsula. Complains about the fact that we are not quick enough to invest in Dartmouth when we're continuing to make investments. It's the first time in the history of this province that we continued on a parallel path to have multiple healthcare projects going on, Mr. Speaker, not waiting for one to finish because there's been a level of neglect for decades. And we're now making those investments, Mr. Speaker, and we're going to continue to make sure that we deliver those services to Nova Scotia.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, quite frankly, Jack Webb's family will take cold comfort from that answer where the Premier defends overpaying for land by $7.5 million, which came out of healthcare, which could have actually gone into providing the doctors and the services that Jack Webb needed when he needed a government that cared the most. And he didn't get it, Mr. Speaker, and it's happening far too often. In fact, we've been asking the Health Authority, how often do you call a code census in our hospitals? But you know what? They don't even track that anymore, Mr. Speaker, or if they do, they won't share it with the public. Well, the time has come to shine the light of day on the chaos going on in our hospitals. If the Premier wants Nova Scotia to know the truth, will he agree to ask the Health Authority to release the information we're all looking for? How often do our hospitals reach the point of crisis by calling a code census before the end of this week?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I completely disagree with the fact the healthcare system is in crisis, Mr. Speaker. Day in and day out, healthcare providers are caring for Nova Scotia, Mr. Speaker. Continuing to provide, Mr. Speaker.
Order, please. The Honourable Premier has the floor. Order, please. The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I disagree with the premise of the question, Mr. Speaker. The healthcare is not in crisis in this province, Mr. Speaker. Continuing to work with healthcare providers across the province, Mr. Speaker. We are handing out our sympathy and condolences to those families, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Webb's family. In no way was I equating what the price of land is. But, Mr. Speaker, there are certain things that should never be used for political purposes, Mr. Speaker, and this is one of them.
That's right. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Premier should tell Diane MacDonald there's no crisis in health care. Because you know what? For her husband, for Reg Andrews, he watched his wife have a stroke 1 week after her doctor retired and has spent a year since then trying to find her a doctor to get the care that she needs without success, Mr. Speaker. To Reg, to Diane, there absolutely is a crisis in health care, and it starts with the lack of family doctors and the long waits that too many Nova Scotia families have to endure in order to get the care that they need, Mr. Speaker. So I'd like to ask the Premier to tell Reg and Diane that he believes their problem is not a crisis in health care in Nova Scotia.
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Reg and Diane, who ministers met with them a number of times. I met with them today, I believe it was. Minister of Health has met with them. We've worked with this family as we work with families across the province. We're continuing to bring in physicians, Mr. Speaker, in our province. At the same time, we're expanding the scope of practice, nurse practitioners, family practice nurses, and collaborative care centres. These are all positive changes that are coming. We know it's taken a long time for successive governments. They continue to try to deliver service. They didn't respond to the fact that healthcare workers wanted to work in a different environment. We've listened to healthcare workers, and that transition is taking a period of time, Mr. Speaker, but we're seeing very good results in communities across the province.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, this is a Premier that promised a doctor for every Nova Scotian. Now it turns out in order to get one, you have to actually have a meeting with the Minister of Health on the eve of an election, Mr. Speaker. Well, wouldn't it be better if we actually had access to doctors every day of every year and not just in the run-up to an election campaign, Mr. Speaker? Wouldn't it be better if they actually were out recruiting doctors today instead of telling people that 5 or 10 years from now we might have a collaborative care centre for them when they actually need doctors now, Mr. Speaker. There is a crisis because there are too many people, like Reg's family, who are going without a family doctor, Mr. Speaker. In fact, we've asked the Health Authority, how many doctors have you recruited in the last 4 years? And you know what they told us? They told us, we'll have to get back to you on that a month ago, Mr. Speaker. This week in the legislature, will the Premier commit to tabling the actual recruitment numbers of doctors across Nova Scotia before the week is out?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Member for the question. I want to thank again those communities out there who are working with government, continue to make sure we deal with the issues that have been neglected for decades in communities, who are grateful for that. I was very grateful to work with the municipality of Shelburne. We have 2 new doctors, a nurse practitioner, family practice nurse there. I was very pleased to be in New Waterford, talking and working with the members of that community who have come up with an innovative solution to healthcare, primary healthcare delivery. I'm grateful, looking forward to going down there and cutting a ribbon on a new facility. They've done a tremendous job. I'm looking forward. I was in Pugwash, with the people of Pugwash, Mr. Speaker. All of those people were optimistic about the future of this province, and I'm going to continue to work with them to make sure that we continue to move our province forward.
The Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, in August 2015, the Premier said he was opposed to a federal formula for health funding that did not take our province's aging population into account. In February of this year, the Premier said it would be difficult for any government to make changes to the funding formula. Mr. Speaker, it seems the Premier likes to take a hard line on bargaining here at home, but has a different approach to negotiating with his federal Liberal friends, Mr. Speaker. So I'd like to ask the Premier, why did the Premier leave money on the table instead of fighting for the best deal for Nova Scotians?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I want to thank the Honourable Member for the question. We were able to chance to negotiate with the federal government a 3% increase in health care spending from the federal government. We have a substantial amount of money on the table delivering home care that will add on top of the delivery of home care that we're doing now, which Nova Scotians is a priority of Nova Scotians. As well, there's a tremendous amount of money there for adolescent mental health. That money will start coming in. That money will be directly invested in ensuring we're providing those services and care that Nova Scotians require. We're going to continue to work with the national government. We'll continue to represent the interests of Nova Scotians, Mr. Speaker. We'll continue to stand up for Nova Scotians. And, Mr. Speaker, we'll continue to treat our employees fairly with a wage increase, Mr. Speaker, that we can afford.
The Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
That's not what he told Nova Scotians, Mr. Speaker. He said Nova Scotians' aging demographic had to be taken into account, Mr. Speaker, and it wasn't. On December 23rd, the government announced it had reached a deal with the federal government. 2 weeks ago, Mr. Speaker, in public accounts, we heard from the Deputy Minister of Finance and Treasury Board that the government did not, in fact, have an agreement and that a per capita funding formula will hurt provinces like Nova Scotia. So I'd like to ask the Minister, does the Premier agree with the Deputy Minister of Finance that the deal or whatever was signed in December will hurt our province's ability to provide health care to our aging population?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I can tell the Honourable Member, there's a specific targeted funding for home care, which will be directly towards seniors to deliver investment. We have a 3% increase on the total envelope coming from the national government. That money will be directly into helping all Nova Scotians to access primary health care. The big priority of our government and Nova Scotians is adolescent mental health. We know there's targeted money specifically that will go into adolescent mental health. Again, I'm looking forward to the Minister of Health tabling his budget tomorrow, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth East.
Mr. Speaker, my question's for the Premier. Today, Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal again promised to move ahead on the Burnside Expressway, but that promise, of course, has been recycled for 28 years. This time, TAR didn't even bother to include the Greater Burnside Business Association as a stakeholder in the stakeholder sessions, instead issuing an apology to them through the department's Brian Ward in March for missing them, and I will table that. Now there is a new possible start in 2018. The last time government promised to start the project in a year, all we got was a sign. So what can the Premier offer to prove that this new commitment is nothing more than a new sign like last time?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member for the question. Again, I want to thank the people of Transportation Infrastructure Renewal, the Minister who have gone out and engaged Nova Scotians. We know the importance of this connector. We've gone through, there's been a number of pieces of parcels of land that we had to get access to. We have access to that. We made a commitment, Mr. Speaker, and we'll follow through on that commitment. All 4 of those projects begin to move forward within the next 7-year timeline. They will be completed, and I was very pleased to hear the way they've been received in those communities in a positive way. It's unfortunate when the honourable member across the floor, he's become as negative as everyone else on that side.
The honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Well, Mr. Speaker, in September 2010, the now Premier was quoted in the Burnside News, and I'll table this, as saying the completion of the expressway would be a top priority for a Liberal government. That was in 2010. In the previous NDP government, and I will table this, said the project would be completed by 2012. It wasn't. Now today we hear the project will be at least 7 years after a possible start, which is over a year away. Can the Premier explain how this project is a priority if it is now so far from completion, no construction or clearing has begun, the $17.5 million originally allocated and announced by the feds has expired because of delays, and there is nothing new since the sign went up under the previous government?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for the question. Again, I'll go back to the fact we now have access to that entire property. We have made a commitment. With dollars in capital spend. We're going to continue to move that process along. We've demonstrated it every time that we've made investment in important infrastructure in this province that we do these in parallel. We continue to stage gate them, Mr. Speaker. We'll move forward on that project, Mr. Speaker. We'll continue to make it there. And we will know that we'll continue to work with communities across this province to improve not only the infrastructure in those communities, but the economy of this province.
The honourable member for Sydney River Myra Lewisburg.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, my question through you will be to the Premier as well. I stand in awe today, Mr. Speaker, in awe of a Premier of this province that can stand in this House and tell people there is no crisis in health care. I can't even believe that. I can't wait to see Hampton to make sure that what I heard is correct. I have here, Mr. Speaker, a note from a doctor in our area. Medical care has deteriorated in Cape Breton over the past 2 years. We have lost a critical number of specialists, and our mental health service is in crisis. And that's signed by Dr. Jeannie Ferguson. Now, Mr. Premier, you say that things have been neglected for years. You're at the helm. Your minister
Order,
said...
please. I'd like to remind the honourable member not to speak directly to members opposite. And do you have a question?
I certainly do. Thank you very much for putting me on the right track, Mr. Speaker.
You're welcome.
Mr. Speaker, my question to the Premier is, how can he stand here and tell the people of Cape Breton Island there's no crisis when they have no family doctors, they have no specialists, they have no psychologists? What can this Premier tell the people of Nova Scotia about his plan for health care?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for the question. We continue to work with healthcare providers across the province, Mr. Speaker, making sure that those communities that are underserviced will have access to primary health care. We continue to make investments in doctors, nurse practitioners, family practice nurses. Mr. Speaker, we're seeing positive changes in communities. In some communities, that change is not happening as quickly as we would like and as quickly as the communities would like. But we're going to continue to still work with them and partner with them to make sure that they have access to that primary health care, Mr. Speaker, that every Nova Scotian should have in their communities where they live.
The honourable member for Sydney River Myra Lewisburg.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question through you will be to the Minister of Health. Mr. Speaker, Cape Breton has lost a number of specialists. We have no vascular surgery. We have no thoracic surgery. We have no infectious control doctor. We haven't any physical medicine doctor. There are 2 geriatricians that left, and a number of psychiatrists have left as well. Mr. Speaker, all these people were in place when this government took over. Can the Minister of Health tell the people of Cape Breton Island how they're supposed to access these specialists when they, under his watch, have left because of the disrespect paid to them by this government?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member.
It went to the Minister.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for the question. As the member opposite well knows, those positions, in fact, have been posted to have doctors fill those who have retired. Some have, yes, some have left the area. But what I know, Mr. Speaker, is that in fact we have recruited for Cape Breton over the past 3 years. I should say, really, I need to correct that. The Nova Scotia Health Authority has recruited for Cape Breton over the last number of years. And in fact, yes, there in fact can be a few specialist positions, whether it's the IWK, the Halifax Infirmary, Cape Breton Regional, from time to time. But what I know is that aggressive recruitment has been going on.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Mr. Speaker, my question is also to the Minister of Health. The actions of the Minister of Health and this government has caused fear, frustration and uncertainty among the people that depend on the Northside General Hospital. Rumours are swirling throughout the community that this government plans to close the hospital. With so many people without family doctors, the Northside General is their only option for frontline health care. So my question to the ministers, will the Minister of Health put an end to this rumours once and for all and reveal his plan for the Northside General today?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And what I can tell the member opposite is that, yes, while there is some work going on in terms of planning, today I can stand in my place and say with confidence that there isn't a plan for any closure at Northside. It plays an extremely important role in the community. And in fact, if the member opposite could actually get in his place and he can list some of the services that have helped repurpose Northside as services moved over to Cape Breton Regional Hospital some years ago. And in fact, all governments have committed to keeping Northside viable for now and for the future.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Mr. Speaker, the plan, I think, is to repurpose the emergency room. By cutting the wages of emergency room doctors at the Northside General, the Minister of Health has fueled rumours that plans to starve out the hospital and close it. His irresponsible actions have increased the anxiety of thousands of residents in need of primary health care. There is also a call to have a hospitalist within the hospital to deliver primary care for patients who are inpatients. So my question is to the Minister, will the Minister end the speculation about the Northside General by reversing this wage cut to the ER doctors and commit in writing to keep the Northside General Emergency Room and the hospital open?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for an important question. In terms of a hospitalist looking after patients in hospital, that's a standard of care. In fact, right across Canada, that's nothing new, nothing different. We know that that's an important role to have that consistency of care while a patient is in hospital. I know the member opposite asked a question on the basis of information that may have been misconstrued, misunderstood from last night's meeting. But what I can tell the member opposite and all the good residents of his riding and neighbouring communities, there will be no change in the pay schedule of the emergency room doctors at Northside.
The honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Mr. Speaker, a 2014 evaluation of collaborative emergency centres found that CECs provide patients with better access to primary health care services. They decrease emergency room closures, and that CEC patients are far more likely to have access to the right provider at the right time in the right place than they did before the CECs were introduced. In Public Accounts Committee this morning, Doctors Nova Scotia said they saw how CECs brought stability to access to emergency care in rural communities. We know the model works, but this government has been more focused on amalgamation than addressing the growing crisis in our emergency centres. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the Minister of Health, why this government hasn't been able to open one single collaborative emergency centre.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We know that that model has brought positive results to some of those communities, but in many ways it is a primary care model. It is not emergency care. There is some urgent care looked after when the paramedic is on duty during the overnight period. But there are other models of care and team-based practice that incorporates mental health care, dietary, and a number of other specialists that move in and out of the collaborative practice has in fact proved to be a strong way of delivering care that in fact keeps people out of emergency in the first place.
The Honourable Member for Queen Chester St. Margaret's.
Mr. Speaker, that certainly does not address it when you have an emergency. To talk about preventative instead of talking about those who have an emergency. That's what we're talking about. Mr. Speaker, we opened the NDP, the first collaborative emergency centre, and it reduced ER closures 4 years in a row. In 2014, the minister said that the CEC in Lunenburg would have a definite date very shortly. In 2015, the minister said that CECs would be coming to North Sydney, Lunenburg, Glace Bay, and New Waterford. In 2016, the minister said a health services review would determine where communities would CECs. Mr. Speaker, they've had more than 3 years, and we have seen no progress and the same excuse over and over and over again. So, Mr. Speaker, why has the minister spent 3 years rearranging bureaucrats instead of making sure Nova Scotians have access to emergency centres?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have toured all of the CECs in the province. They are there for the purpose of primary care and urgent care, not emergency care. Those communities, when they have an emergency, they call 911. They call for the paramedics to take them to one of the regional hospitals. And in fact, we have opened a collaborative care centre in Guysborough. We have stabilized Lunenburg. They like the fact that they have top-rate emergency service through the day and into the evening, and that suits those residents because they know just down the road in Bridgewater they have an outstanding emergency care service in that hospital.
The Honourable Member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question through you is to the Premier. Yesterday, when the Minister of Natural Resources was under fire for what the Ombudsman characterized as indulgent and opportunistic spending, the Premier came to his defence. The former warden charged thousands of dollars in personal expenses to the municipal credit card and what amounted to a number of short-term loans from the taxpayers. My question is, will the Premier direct the Minister to apologize to the taxpayers of Guysborough County for spending their money?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member for the question. I want to thank the Minister of Municipal Services. Mr. Speaker, he tabled a bill today to deal with issues that were brought to government's attention by the Ombudsman's report, not only deal with the municipality of Guysborough, municipal units across the province, continue to work with them. And I do want to acknowledge the member from Guysborough for not only for his time in working as a member of the Executive Council, being elected to this House, but for his 25 years of service at the municipal level, Mr. Speaker, continuing to work with the good people of Guysborough to move that county forward, Mr. Speaker. They're ones that seeing positive economic development, economic opportunities for the citizens that are riding. Mr. Speaker, the people of Guysborough will determine that member's fate whether or not he comes back to this House or not.
The Honourable Member for Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Despite the embarrassing revelations made about his spending habits in the Ombudsman's report, the Minister of Natural Resources declared that he is actually very pleased with the report. Even the Premier is watching what he has to say on this one. In fact, the Premier said yesterday, and I quote, "Minister Hines, since he has been working in our government, there has been no inappropriate spending," the operative word being since. My question is, does the Premier actually believe that the ethical standard for ministers is simply don't do anything inappropriate in my cabinet?
The Honourable Premier.
That's a good starting point, Mr. Speaker. But I would also want to tell the honourable member what the Ombudsman said, Mr. Speaker, that the honourable member did nothing wrong, Mr. Speaker. What the Ombudsman said was there was issues, Mr. Speaker. What the honourable member said, there were issues around the municipal table across Nova Scotia, Mr. Speaker. And what the good member from Yarmouth, who's the Minister of Municipal Services, take action, Mr. Speaker, and he tabled a bill today that I hope the honourable member will support.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Internal Services, because it turns out that it is the Minister of Internal Services who is responsible for enforcement of the government's purchasing policy. Mr. Speaker, and Nova Scotians have seen a government that paid 12 times the assessed value for the Whopper Drop lands, and they hear the Premier saying that that was the best value. We'll never know because it wasn't tendered, Mr. Speaker. In fact, Nova Scotians are wondering if they already own land, maybe by another level of government, that could have been used and saved the $7.5 million for something else in healthcare, Mr. Speaker. So I'd like to ask the Minister responsible for the purchasing policy if he can tell the House if any proposals were received or any discussions happened between either the Government of Canada or the Halifax regional municipalities about available lands that they had that could have been used for this purpose.
The Honourable Minister of Internal Services.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for the question. In this process, we did follow all procurement practices. In all of our acquisitions, Mr. Speaker, we don't have to RFP for every purchase that government makes. There's other ways government purchases, there's direct negotiations. And in this instance, Mr. Speaker, we provided the best value for taxpayer. Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition keeps misleading Nova Scotians, trying to compare the value of buying woodlots to what the developer has to incur, which is blasting the bedrock, which is running services. He has to run water, he has to run sewage, he has to run electricity in there. HRM put out a notice that the cost of that can be $300,000 to $500,000. Mr. Speaker, I think the taxpayer get a great deal on that land.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the only person misleading Nova Scotians is the Minister of Internal Services right now.
Order, please.
Because
Order, please. Just like to remind the honourable member to infer that the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Internal Services is following his Premier's lead in not answering the question. I asked him if there had been any discussions or proposals from another level of government that has land that the taxpayers already own that could have been used. He didn't answer that question, Mr. Speaker, leading to more concern that there's something fishy going on here. He's responsible for getting a good deal for taxpayers. He won't even answer the basic question, did he or his officials talk to HRM or the Government of Canada about land that they already own? So I'm going to ask him, Mr. Speaker, two things. One, table any discussion, answer the question, first of all, did you or not? And secondly, did he also, or his officials, have any discussion with the sole source provider of that land, which is the developer, and if so, table the times and dates and content of those meetings so he can show for himself what he did to enforce this policy.
The Honourable Minister of Internal Services.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to have a correction. Maybe if opposition would stop heckling, they could hear the answer. Mr. Speaker, sole source implies that only one person was consulted. That's not what happened here. We spoke with over 10 landowners, Mr. Speaker. And I would also like to add that we negotiated heavily down to 2 sites, and the best site was chosen for the taxpayer in Nova Scotia. Leader of the Opposition wants to talk about savings. Well, Mr. Speaker, yesterday I tabled a report that amounted to $50 million of procurement savings for the taxpayer of Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, in that report there was over $20 million of savings in health care alone.
The Honourable Minister of Internal Services.
In that report, there was over $20 million of savings in health care alone. Mr. Speaker, and final, I'd like to point out, comparables in Bears Lake, the land we bought was the cheapest land for the amount of land we bought. Thank you.
The Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, 3.5 years ago, the Premier told voters he would ensure there was a doctor for every Nova Scotian. Today, there are still over 100,000 people without a family doctor. The Premier has focused on rearranging the health authorities instead of focusing on the promise that he made to Nova Scotians. So, on the eve of an election, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the Premier, will the Premier apologize to Nova Scotians for his failure and the Liberal government's failure to meet his promise of a doctor for every Nova Scotian?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for the question. We've continued to announce that we've, was in Shelburne this week, announced 2 doctors, family practice nurse, nurse practitioner. We are getting, providing an opportunity for nurse practitioners to practice the full scope, bringing in family practice nurse, bringing in all healthcare providers in the team to make sure that Nova Scotians across the province have access to primary health care. We know, Mr. Speaker, that our communities are still without some access to that primary care. That's why we're continuing to work with our partners to make sure that we have those healthcare providers in the communities across this province, and we'll continue to do so.
The Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's cold comfort to those who don't have a doctor here today that took the Premier at his word. Today at Public Accounts, we heard from Doctors Nova Scotia that said the doctor shortage in our province is more pronounced now than it ever has been. We know that there are 118 physician vacancies. They're indicating we need to recruit over 100 new doctors every year for the next 10 years. And, Mr. Speaker, this government introduced a tuition rebate program for 25 doctors per year that would hopefully contribute to attracting doctors, but they haven't fulfilled the utilization of that program, Mr. Speaker. This government has no plan. So I'd like to ask the Premier, why has the Premier spent 3 years, 3.5 years, Mr. Speaker, sitting on his hands just hoping doctors will come to Nova Scotia?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for the honourable for the question. Mr. Speaker, when he was Minister of Health, the neglect that the Department and delivery of health care suffered was a tough order to overcome. We had 9 different fractured systems across the province. We came in, there was no HR plan at all. There was no idea when doctors were retiring, where nurses were retiring, Mr. Speaker. We ended up coming in, putting together a plan, Mr. Speaker. We've seen physicians come forward. We've worked with healthcare providers. We respect the role of the nurse practitioner. We respect the role of family practice nurses. We brought them together to provide primary health care in communities across the province. We know there's more work to do, Mr. Speaker. We're going to continue to work with our healthcare providers. We're going to work with those communities, Mr. Speaker, who've come to the table with solutions, Mr. Speaker. We've seen that in Shelburne. We're seeing that in Pugwash. We're seeing that in other communities, in Waterford. We're seeing where communities are coming together, Mr. Speaker. They're getting tired of the negativity coming from the other side of their house, and they're joining to work with government to deliver services to Nova Scotians.
Order, please. Time allotted for oral questions put by members to ministers has expired. We'll now move on to opposition business. The Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could you call Bill 21, the Health Authority Act?
We'll now call Bill number 21, the Health Authority Act.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad to be able to stand for a few moments to discuss this piece of legislation. I think it's extremely timely that we recognize the need to try to improve and change the course that the current government is taking, Mr. Speaker, and is taking our healthcare system. Over the last 3.5 years, we've watched the government sit on their hands instead of making healthcare a priority, Mr. Speaker. What they wanted to do was amalgamate the district health authorities, and they spent a lot of time and energy doing that, Mr. Speaker. And what has happened, as we've seen day after day after day, more and more people going to the media, trying to get the attention of the government, that the direction they've taken over the last 3.5 years has not improved healthcare delivery here in Nova Scotia, Mr. Speaker. And I'm very proud to be part of our caucus and our past government on the initiatives that we set out in healthcare to make it a priority, and we did just that, Mr. Speaker. We have collaborative emergency centres today across communities in Nova Scotia that are allowing those ERs to stay open. Unfortunately, we're seeing an increase in ER closures now under the Liberal government, under the government over the last 3.5 years, when we had seen the opposite trend in the 4 years of the previous government, Mr. Speaker. We know that people were gaining access to ERs. They were staying open longer. They weren't closing as much. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, with the same day, next day appointments, people were getting access to primary care and health care in the community where they're from, Mr. Speaker, and that is so important. I know I visited many of the communities that have and
Order, please. I'd like to remind everybody, the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've met and toured the province, engaging with people, not only the residents who can use the CECs, but the healthcare providers, that actually were the key component to introducing a new model of care. And it wasn't easy, Mr. Speaker. It wasn't easy. Trying to go into a community and say we're going to do things differently. A lot of hesitation from those communities, not only the people, but the healthcare providers themselves. But through that engagement, through a transparency, through the fact that we sat down and spoke with not only the community and those who provide healthcare, but everybody who had concerns that we needed to move in this direction to address the needs. We had seen decades and decades of closures time and time again, Mr. Speaker, and I'm proud to be part of that. Today, at Public Accounts, we had Doctors Nova Scotia here, the organization, the association that represents some 3,400, 3,900 doctors in this province. They're the ones who are the voice of the physicians in this province. Interesting in their opening comment, Mr. Speaker, about how we need to move forward, but there is some positive things happening in the province. One of the first things they mentioned was their support for the collaborative emergency centres, and that it brought a stability to ER closures and the access to primary care in communities that have them, Mr. Speaker. But yet we've seen this government, after 3.5 years, not open a single collaborative emergency centre in this province. They even did a report, Mr. Speaker, early on in their mandate that indicated the positive outcomes that we've seen from the people who tried to access health care in those communities that had seen chronic closures of their emergency room. But even with that supportive report, Mr. Speaker, we still didn't see the government move on the opening collaborative emergency centres, even though the Premier himself indicated prior to the last election that he would honour the commitments and the plan that was in place around infrastructure of this province, around the plan to open more collaborative emergency centres in this province. The Premier agreed to it. He agreed as leader of the Liberal Party, but yet 3.5 years into it, we haven't seen one of them open, Mr. Speaker. The next thing Doctors Nova Scotia mentioned in their opening comments today, Mr. Speaker, was that they supported Dr. Ross and his report, an emergency room physician who was well respected in this province, who toured the province and worked in every single emergency room in Nova Scotia. I said that correctly, Mr. Speaker. He worked in every single emergency room in this province so that he could see firsthand the challenges that those healthcare workers had in communities from one end to the other, Mr. Speaker. So he created the report, and he created the possibility of moving and changing the model of care. Doctors Nova Scotia recognized that, and interesting enough, the report indicated that it wasn't all on the shoulders of the doctors. We didn't have to depend solely on physicians in this province to try to improve access to care. And interesting, you would think, well, they wouldn't support anything that said we're going to use nurses and nurse practitioners, and we're going to use paramedics to provide care instead of a physician, and that was the big concern at the time. But they realized that this new model of care improved healthcare delivery. It improved the lives of their members as physicians. because I don't know if you were, know an emergency room physician, Mr. Speaker, or a physician that works in a rural setting. They work extremely hard. Not only do most of the time do they have a patient load, but they do rounds in the hospital if any of their patients are at the hospital, but they also covered the emergency room. And one of the stories and situations that stood out for me the most was when I was speaking to a physician from the Pugwash area, or it might have been Parsboro area, Mr. Speaker, that indicated it was very difficult for him to even go and watch a hockey game of his grandson, because he knew he would have to say, I can't cover the hours at the emergency room, and because he had worked probably pretty much 72 hours straight by that point, Mr. Speaker. So this new model of care allowed for physicians to be utilized to the best of their ability at times when there's more of a urgency or more pressure on volume when it comes to accessing primary care. And so that model worked very well, and Doctors Nova Scotia supported that, Mr. Speaker. So it was interesting today hearing that from them. After 3.5 years of a current government, there was no mention of any new initiatives that the Liberal government brought in that helped Nova Scotians. Until I asked them, Mr. Speaker, directly, can you name some new initiative that was introduced by the Liberal government that will improve healthcare delivery? And I wish I had videotape of public accounts, but they all looked at each other, and there was a pause and a hesitation. And the one thing that they come up with was My Health, the records, e-records of patients, which is important. I agree, it's important. But my Lord, Mr. Speaker, when you have emergency room closures skyrocketing, when you have 100,000 people with no doctor, when you have the congestion we see at our ERs around this province, when you know that people are in hospital beds that should be in long-term care beds and can't get it, Mr. Speaker, e-filing your medical records helps zero with that, Mr. Speaker, and that should be alarming for Nova Scotians, because when I heard that answer, it was very clear to me, Mr. Speaker, that over the last 3.5 years, I was right with some of my criticism of the government, that they were not placing a higher priority on healthcare delivery and ensuring that what they should be working on is improvements to delivery of healthcare, looking at new ways of providing care, Mr. Speaker. And I know that was true with those answers we got today from Doctors Nova Scotia. With this bill, Mr. Speaker, one of the things that it sets out is it requires the Provincial Health Authority and the community health boards to work together in the preparation of the health services business plans as they relate to community health boards, Mr. Speaker. Because one of the things we're hearing more and more from community members, from people on community boards, patients, residents, is that now with this super board, and we've heard it before in other jurisdictions, Mr. Speaker, that when you have this super board, those communities lose their opportunity to have a voice. They lose the opportunity to make sure that the issue that is concerning to that community will be addressed. And we know that that's happening. The province of Alberta went through this a few years ago, Mr. Speaker, when they amalgamated their district health authorities. And what did they do? In turn, a few years later, realized that they had to come up with a way to somehow get those communities the ability to make sure that their issue in that community is heard at the top level of a health authority. And they reverted back to regional-based kind of boards and decision-making. And I think this piece of legislation would support the government in their idea of a super board is better than what was there before. We worked hard, Mr. Speaker, in the last government to reduce health administration costs. And when we took power in 2009, we were one of the highest, if not the highest, we had the highest health administration costs in the country. I think Nunavut was the only one that was above us. By the end of the mandate, we were below the national average. So there was a lot of work being done to reduce health administration costs. At the same time, improving access to care. I mentioned just a few of the things that we did under the government, the former government, Mr. Speaker. Collaborative emergency centres. We went from a concept, we went from a physician going around working at every ER in the province, to a report, to the concept of this new model of care, to announcing the implementation of that, and then opening 8 collaborative emergency centres, all in 4 years, Mr. Speaker. All in 4 years. So to hear the government say it's going to take time now to create these collaborative centres that they're calling, that will answer all the issues in health care, supposedly, especially access to primary care, it's going to take years. Now, we heard today it could take 10 years, from Doctors Nova Scotia's opinion, to reach the time when we have a system here in Nova Scotia that these collaborative centres will be effective, up and running, and people will have access to primary care health through a family physician or those collaborative clinics. And 10 years is way too long. And one of the criticisms we heard, and it was in the report of the paper that Doctors Nova Scotia recently released, a lot of things in there, 11 recommendations, deal with the fact that the government, the current government, and the Nova Scotia Health Authority have changed some of the policies that were premature. So restricting privileges for physicians in this province. Premature to do that until you have, and you can show, and you can point, and you can tell Nova Scotians, this is the collaborative clinic or centre you're going to go to. Premature, and that's obvious. So privileges is great. You need privileges. I think there was talk that physicians are still allowed to practice anywhere in Nova Scotia if they want to. They're allowed. You just won't get the privileges to order tests, blood work, X-rays, ultrasounds, MRIs. I mean, what good, or how can a physician, I think, best serve patients if they can't get privileges to provide and ask for these tests? And we know that the province of British Columbia tried to do this a number of years ago, and they were taken to court, and the government lost. So today we heard a few other things of concern, but more importantly, what I heard was physicians, family physicians, especially in this province, Doctors Nova Scotia and others, are more than willing to work with the government to make sure that we get to a point where we can all say, yes, that change improved healthcare delivery. And they feel that hasn't happened yet. Yes, recently, because of the report 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, the government reached out to them, and they're going to start to discuss what can we do. But there's an example, Mr. Speaker, that 3.5 years now have been wasted, I believe, and I know a lot of Nova Scotians believe, on the reorganization of the Health Authority, and not enough priority placed on what's important, and that's delivery of health care and access to health care here in the province. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hammonds Plains Lucasville on an introduction.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker. I would invite all members of the House to direct their attention to the East Gallery, where we are joined today by my girlfriend, the lovely Elizabeth Shaw. So let's welcome her to the House, everybody.
The honourable member for Clare Digby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's with a lot of pride I get the chance to stand up here today actually and share my time with the Minister of Health, and have the fortune to go first in talking about the bill that's brought forward here, an act to amend Chapter 23. And just briefly, the points in this bill are fairly straightforward. That they're asking for the Provincial Health Authority and Community Health Boards to work together in preparation of health business plans in the communities, and require the board members to keep information relating to these things confidential. The confidentiality, I think, stands in its own place, but Nova Scotians want and deserve the best health care that they can. There's no question about that. They want timely access to health care, and they want efficient and effective health care. And they want quality health care delivered safely and the most efficient way possible. I think before I start, I'd like to mention that we do have within our healthcare system, Mr. Speaker, some tremendous people that serve us every day in that world. And I want to thank them personally for the work that they do. I know myself, I hear it a number of times. Every time I'll talk to somebody, a cancer patient, a patient that's had major surgery, major health issues with their hearts, cardiac things, they cannot say enough about the tremendous system that once they get in there and get looked after, the quality of people that we have. And I think it's important for us not to lose sight of that today, that within our healthcare system we have some great people out there that are serving us each and every day. Mr. Speaker, this government has done a lot of different things by merging 9 different health authorities. And I just want to speak briefly on my experience in the past. Before I became an MLA, I worked for the municipality of the District of Digby as a CAO there, deputy CAO there, and I watched a lot of conversations within my world around health care within the municipal units. And I watched the frustration that they had. We saw divisions, silos, I guess you could call them. Certainly there was a lot of fragmentation within the 9 different health authorities. I can give you examples of where there was a health authority line in one community, and people from one community weren't allowed to cross that line to get health services in another. There were opportunities, I think, for collaboration between close communities in mentoring doctors that never happened in the past. These are just a few of the examples that I think we're starting to see the differences of one shared vision within the province. I can cite examples right now where new family practice doctors coming into a community are going to be mentored by doctors from outside of that zone altogether. That wouldn't have happened in the world of 9 different health authorities. That would never have happened, and those doctors would have never seen the opportunities of coming. The work that went on within the municipal units was one that I watched as one of competition. Competition with each other, competition within zones, and it wasn't a true picture of where we wanted to go as a province. We saw today in question period, the Premier stand and answer a question and certainly echoed the concerns that we saw on fragmentation, that there was no HR policy. There was no hiring plan in place provincially that showed us how we were going to move forward as a province of 960,000 people with 9 different authorities trying to lead the direction. I think we've seen that all change. And one person I would like to make a comment and thank, and as part of that change, is Dr. Peter Vaughan, who at the time was the Deputy Minister, that I think led this province through a very challenging time, and one of the most challenging things that we saw to change the face of what we had as health care here that's been dogging this province for years. Mr. Speaker, the Nova Scotia Health Authority was created April 1st, 2015, and there have been many improvements that are only possible through a province-wide health care system. We've also been able to completely eliminate home care wait lists through targeting investments with close planning with the Nova Scotia Health Authority. Nova Scotians now have a shorter wait list for MRIs. About 300 additional MRIs are being completed each month with little or no increased cost. Mr. Speaker, having one health authority allows us to better track physician departures and retirements and plan recruitment as a province-wide system. For the first time, we have had a provincial need of family practice list, which allows us to better track the areas most in need of expanding primary health care. We're also doing more surgeries in the province. NSHA has been able to have physicians travel from Halifax to use hours of available OR time in Colchester, for example, ensuring patients get the surgeries they need sooner. I can cite a couple of other good examples that this merger of the 9 authorities has benefited the province of Nova Scotia. I mentioned one, mentoring. I'll mention it again. When we work together as a unit, we certainly see the fruits of that. Planning for the future is important. I know myself and my community, I'm now being served by I am going to be served by a dialysis unit. Something that was brought forward in the previous health authorities that never ever made the capital list. Something that I know made the capital list in my community simply because, for a provincial look at it, it was the best decision to make. It made sense. And if we did not have that overall look, I don't believe we would be seeing a dialysis unit in my community, and I want to thank the Minister and the Premier for their support and vision in the Health Authority in ensuring that happens. Understanding what we've got as a provincial level makes it possible to see where we have this kind of capacity, so we can better use the resources we have. We've also seen costs come down in many areas: administration, furnace oil, even medical devices like catheters and pacemakers through group purchasing. Every dollar that we save is a dollar more that we can spend in health care for frontline people. When the NSHA was created, people were concerned about how local voices will be heard. Well, Mr. Speaker, I can state that in my community, I am very proud that we've been able to build a collaborative working group between the key leaders, the people that have a stake in delivering health care, the warden, the mayors, the head of the health foundations, the key people in all of my health clinics that I have work directly with the health authority. It's a very open opportunity for us to share what the community feels, and not only that, deliver to the health authority exactly what the challenges are and how we can work together as a community. And I think it's an example for us in the future on how we can deal with those concerns that this bill simply addresses in moving forward and working together. I'd like to close and pass this on to the Minister by simply saying that we are committed to moving forward and building a better health care system for Nova Scotians. We are working towards doing that. We wouldn't be making the ends that we are making now if it hadn't been for the consolidation of those 9, and I think it is going to pay more fruit in the future as we build on those opportunities and get it underneath of our feet. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll now ask that I'll take my seat.
The honourable member for Argyle-Barrington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my privilege to stand and speak for a while on Bill number 21, the Health Authorities Act. And it's been interesting to hear the comments from my colleagues here about the crisis in healthcare. Mr. Speaker, just a few moments ago, we had a Premier stand here and say that there is no crisis in healthcare. Yet, every day, in my constituency office, and I know in constituency offices across this province, that there are people calling, looking for help, because they cannot get it from our healthcare system. So it amazes me when a Premier is so disconnected from what's actually going on in this province. So, you know, I think this bill is pretty wide open on what you can really talk about because it encompasses such a large piece of healthcare delivery in this province. And, you know, if we want to talk about the merits of the health authority itself, or the new Nova Scotia Health Authority, you know, it encompasses, I think, every bit of delivery in this province now, where before it wasn't necessarily the case. The challenges that we're hearing, and I know at late debate, my colleague from Sydney River, Myra Lewisburg, will be talking about doctor shortages because, of course, in Cape Breton, especially in his constituency, the doctor shortage is very acute, and I know he hears from that a lot. So I'll stay away a little bit from that discussion. But I do want to talk about the challenges I think that the hospital system continues to have today, no different than what the previous government had to try to address, and quite honestly, things that we had problems with that we were trying to correct during our time. So first I'll talk about long-term care. Because that is, I think, a part of the problem that we have of overcrowded hospitals. I mean, right now, it used to be called Code Orange. Somehow it got changed to Code Census along the way. The NDP didn't like it called Orange, so we ended up calling it Code Census along the way. But really nothing changed. What it really means, Mr. Speaker, is that the hospital is running at over 100%. So that means every single bed is filled within that hospital. That means probably every hallway and reception area has an overflow of patients because there's really no place for them. Well, you can explain census along the way. I'll leave that to the minister to fully explain it. But what I feel, what I know from my constituents is that the hospital is chock-a-block full of people. So what ends up happening is that we don't have the staffing in some cases to try to take care of all these people. And if we do, we're overworking those individuals to perform their jobs. So long-term care has been a challenge, I think, for the last two governments. The continuing care strategy that was brought forward had a number of pieces within it that would allow the expansion of that long-term care system, and then hopefully a contraction of that as those beds were probably not needed within our system over time. Because we know the silver tsunami that's coming towards us as that group of, it sounds great, the silver tsunami, where we have a number of people of a certain age that are now requiring the services of our healthcare system. I believe the Globe and Mail was the one that penned it, if not the National Post. So we have that challenge of a population aging in place and aging to be able to, and requiring the services of our healthcare system. Now, the response of the last two governments have been pretty similar when it comes to this group. And true to voice, if you ask a senior or someone who requires either home care or long-term care, if you ask them, where do you want to be, they'll say, I want to be at home. All fine and good when we can provide them with the services they require to stay home. And like I said, we've had two governments now who have done, I would say, a reasonable job of trying to do that. There's still some challenges. There's still some money required. There's still some staffing requirements. But at least, I think it's moving in a relatively good direction. Where the fall down happened is the lack of appreciation for long-term care. So if we look at who's in the hospitals today, those individuals who are, I would call bed blockers, is what I think the term is within the system, those people are waiting for long-term care. They're not waiting to go back home. For the most part, there are a few rehab options that some of these seniors can have to get back home, but quite honestly, they are waiting for a long-term care bed. Because of the lack of availability across the province, they can sit in a hospital for 6 months, 8 months to 10 months, continuing to block the hospital to be able to offer its services, its surgeries, its treatment, even its emergency room, because everything gets blocked up because of that. Quite honestly, I think there's about 1,000 beds. We're about 1,000 beds short across the province now. I don't know what the last long-term care wait list was. It was sort of in that 1,000 range. There you go, 1,100. So in my mind, somewhere between 1,100 and zero is probably how many beds we would need in the system. I would say probably closer to the 1,000 than the zero. Because, I mean, how does a person access long-term care when we have a system that's full? They have to wait till someone passes away. And, you can't plan on that stuff, So our system continues to be blocked up by long-term care. there needs to be an investment in an appreciation for that. We need to have more Nikhil Home for special care. We need to have more Bayside Homes for special care. We need more long-term care options for our seniors. And I think, Mr. Speaker, what we'll see is an adjustment to the wait time that we have for many of the other healthcare services that we have in the province. The second point that I have revolves in around wait times. And I don't have all the data before me right now, but I do have a constituent in my area who has been waiting. I believe he's at, I forget, it's like 400 days now that he's been waiting to get a hip replacement. This individual continues to work. He's about 70-odd years old. He is the sole breadwinner within his family and has been waiting for a hip replacement and is of great value to the company that he works for. Even to a point now, I think the company that he works for is contemplating helping him go to a private clinic to get his hip replaced because he's waited so long now waiting for his hip replacement here in Nova Scotia. That, Mr. Speaker, is unacceptable. And why is that happening? Well, I think part of our problem is availability of those surgeons and then the availability of those surgeons to be able to get OR time. But that, of course, is the availability of beds within our system. So they're all interrelated, interconnected, and things that we need to address sooner than later. We've dropped the ball. The ball has been dropped by a couple of previous governments when it comes to the access to long-term care in this province. The other points that I wanted to bring maybe forward as I have the last 6 minutes or so of my time it does revolve in and around the creation of the Super Board. And I know the NDP call it the Super Board, and I'll call it the Nova Scotia Health Board because it is the system that we have. But what has really happened here is that there has been a wholesale transfer of programs and responsibility for our healthcare system from the minister's office, from the department, directly to the health authority, the board, and of course the CEO. So in a way, I think this government has tried to get themselves out of the problem by farming out all of that work to someone else. But really what really is the problem here is that the minister is responsible for it, and the premier is responsible for doctor shortages in this province. They're the ones that should have the vision to bring our system forward. There was a report done a number of years ago, and those of you who have been around for a while will remember the I guess it was called the Fazor or the Corpus Sanchez report, which was looking at our healthcare system and finding ways to improve it, to be able to do the things that we wanted to do. And you know what? The recommendation that's in it, when it talks about the amalgamation of the health authorities, is that we shouldn't actually do it. And the reason being was because of the chaos that it creates when you start shifting all of those responsibilities around. Because we're 3.5 years now into this transfer. All right, we're 2 years into the transfer. 3.5 years since the Liberals became the government and started this work. But 2 years later, we're still in that transition phase where we still have lots of people that don't know what they're responsible for. Or if you call the Nova Scotia Health Authority and ask them, well, how does the organizational chart work? Who's now responsible for hospitals in Yarmouth? Who's responsible for hospitals in Kentville and other hospitals around the province? You quite honestly don't get a straight answer because they're not too sure where everybody fits within the system. Do you have the chart? Well, it's funny because I can't get that chart when I've asked for it. So the member for Lunenburg tells me she has the chart. So I hope I can get a copy of her chart because it'd be the first time I've seen it. It is an unacceptable system. And then from there, because what this government promised, what they promised in the change of the health authority is that there would be savings, administrative savings in how this worked. And I can't wait to see tomorrow, to see the budget that's going to come forward, to see after the second year what kind of administrative savings we're going to have from the amalgamation of the health boards. And I'm going to bet, I'll bet someone $5 that there's not one bit of savings within it, that actually they're spending more money than they ever have, trying to address all the shortcomings that we have, because they're almost a more decentralized system. There's no money to put back into the system because they haven't saved anything. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I do want to talk about a couple of issues that dog my area, that the Health Authority is unable to give a straight answer on, and I wish that they would. I mean, of course, the doctor shortage is one that's important to us, but I have been talking about a dialysis unit for the Barrington area for a number of years now. And it frustrates me to no end when I see Kentville get a new dialysis unit, when I see Digby, congratulations to Digby, I'm glad they got it because they've been asking for a long time too. I see Bridgewater getting a new dialysis unit, and I see the people of Barrington being ignored once again. Once again, they got a straight out, no, we're not going to do it for you because we don't have enough money to do it for anybody. And then guess what? Guess what? All of a sudden, from the heavens, opens up all this money to be able to invest in communities outside of Barrington Passage. So I want to know what these members, especially the Liberal members, can say to the constituents of Argyll-Barrington, especially for those people in Cape Island that have to travel the hour away to get their dialysis three times a week, in all time of year, in the middle of winter, in the middle of rainstorms, in the middle of snowstorms, that they go for that life-saving service in Yarmouth. Can you tell me why that they can't get it in Barrington Passage, where they deserve to have it? We need a government that can actually seriously look at those small communities, those communities who are maybe a little bit further out of the way. And I know the member for Digby-Clare knows what I'm talking about. When you're an hour away from things, it's really, really difficult to be able to get to things. And it is good that the people of Digby got it, but we've been asking for the same amount of time for a dialysis unit, even a small one, so that those individuals can get the service that they require, Mr. Speaker, to stay alive. We have people that make decisions today whether they take the service or they just give up and die. And that is unacceptable in my world, and I hope that is unacceptable in everybody else's world sitting in this legislature. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And we know that Bill 21 is a good bill. It's a bill that we need because we have seen that the Provincial Health Authority has not worked on that level. Yes, there are many aspects of combining services that work, but to go from the community level to the far end of the spectrum is not the way to do it. It needs to be more balanced. There are many problems that I've seen as the MLA for Chester St. Margaret's with respect to the Provincial Health Authority. It's just like my colleague just said, is about knowing who to contact. And the member from Lunenburg said she had the chart with the names and the phone numbers. I would ask her to send that to my office, please, because it's been virtually impossible for my office to be able to get the numbers and know who is doing what in this health authority. Even, for example, I was really surprised when I met with Janet Knox in our caucus office and saw that her business card doesn't even have a phone number on it. It took my office literally 2 weeks to try to track down a phone number for the CEO of the health authority, and as it was, I still could not get a direct number to her. Even when I asked for it from her, I was told, go through my assistant. Now, being an MLA that's representing people of Nova Scotia that have a great deal of health issues that are bringing to my office's attention and to my attention, I should be able to pick up the phone when necessary and talk to the CEO of the health authority. When we had them divided and we had rural health authorities, I could get a hold of who I needed to. I could get a hold of the CEO. Now you don't know who to get a hold of, and then when it's there's not an MLA in this House that would abuse the use of having the CEO's phone number to get in touch with her when they felt it was an emergency situation. And like I said, it took well over 2 weeks. I asked people in the community that are very much involved in the health issues who used to have contacts within the Department of Health and within the health authorities and used to actually sit on community health boards if I could get the CEO's number from them, and they didn't have it. That is very problematic, Mr. Speaker. And that is what we have talked about from day one with this amalgamation, is that you are going to lose the contact with the rural communities. Our rural communities have lost their voice. In the Chester area, the community has come together and many people have worked diligently to open a collaborative healthcare center. And that is something that wouldn't exist if it wasn't from the community members. And I was proud when I was in government to be able to provide funding for that center. However, their struggles right now is that everybody's doing the great job with the resources they have, but they don't have enough resources. This government and the Minister of Health keeps toting that collaborative health care centers is the way to go, and we agree with that. But you can't build a building and then not provide the appropriate resources to run it like a collaborative health care center. And that's what's happened in this province. I know in the Chester area that they certainly needed to have more community involvement when it came to establishing who was in the health centers, but more so, they need to have more doctors there. And there's doctors that have expressed a sincere interest to be in the Chester area, but the government will not give the extra billing time. So therefore, a collaborative center to most of us, what it means is that it's open, that the doctors are sharing patients, and you have more opportunity to get in. And, here's myself, as you can hear, I have a little viral infection affecting my throat. I tried to get into my doctor. I was told that the booking was not till the middle of May. So I said, could I go to see another doctor at the Collaborative Center? And what was it? That doctor was all filled up. So the whole idea of a collaborative center where it expedites your time as a patient to get in is being challenged in our beautiful collaborative center, the OHC in Chester, because this government will not provide the resources to allow it to run like a true collaborative health center. Yet, on the eve of an election, we're seeing the money pouring out everywhere. It's pouring, it's raining money in Nova Scotia. However, those who had come to this government in the last 3 years that have been rejected, like the mental health organizations, like CIBC on IBC and other organizations that are in our province that have looked for funding to help them and have had funding in the past. It was cut. But yet when the skies opened and the pouring of this money came this last month and a half, those groups didn't get any money from this government. You would have think that, we have the Premier standing in this House and telling Nova Scotians that, we worked all together to make sure we had a balanced budget and we have all of a sudden a lot of money. Well, they must have found it on the Oak Island. I'm going to ruin the story of the Oak Island treasure hunt, because next year the series will be telling you the money was founded by this government just before the election. And the money was being given out to everybody, but not to those organizations that had asked this government for support. And this government has ignored them in this round of giving money out. So, Mr. Speaker, you know, trying to get in touch with somebody in the health authority, trying to speak to the appropriate people is actually virtually impossible. We do have our rural hospitals that are being challenged. This government just cut the fees for ER doctors in the Lunenburg Hospital, which should have been a CEC. I asked the minister a question today. I asked the minister a question last year. I asked the minister a question about that the year before. Ever since this government has gotten in, oh, we're going to be announcing it in several months. We'll have an announcement in the fall. And the only reason that they haven't opened CECs is because it was the NDP that opened them, and they were recognized throughout Canada. Now, when a new government comes in, what is more foolish than saying, well, we're not going to open that because even though it's successful, and we even had studies showing it's successful, but another party did that. We're not going to touch that with a 10-foot pole. No wonder the public gets upset with the political world. You can't blame them. Here we have proved that CECs work. And this government hasn't opened one CEC in 3.5 years. And in fact, this year, the stats are showing that the ER closures have been up by 6,000 hours. 6,000 hours that somebody has gone to an emergency room and it was closed. What does that tell you? It is not working, is what it's telling you. It's not working. Over 6,000 hours. That is shameful, Mr. Speaker. And then the Premier stands in this House and says the health care is not in crisis. There's no crisis. What planet is he living on? Well, it's not this planet of Nova Scotia. All you have to do is go to a hospital or try to find a doctor or be on a waiting list for a hip replacement or knee replacement, which we are last in Canada for how long the wait times are. Then we have a government, Mr. Speaker, that has not opened one long-term care bed. The NDP opened 1,000, and they were rallying in opposition against us that wasn't enough. Not one long-term care bed. And I am like anybody else. I support seniors staying home as long as possible, but the government doesn't even have suitable programs to allow seniors to do that. What did they do? They cut a program on the South Shore that seniors could access for mowing their lawn, piling their wood, shoveling their driveway. Those are the little things along with the health components, Mr. Speaker, that allows a senior to stay home, yet this government cut it and expected volunteers to fulfill that gap. Now, has that worked? When we have an aging population and it's extremely difficult to get volunteers, and a lot of our volunteers are senior, that they're having trouble shoveling their own driveways. Where does that make any sense? What I have seen in the last 3.5 years is it's all in a big facade. We talk about how wonderful things are, but when you're really out there in the community, and that must be where this government has missed out. They can't be in the communities because you cannot go in a community and be able to say that there's not a problem with our health care. We have Shoreham Village, I've brought it up a number of times. How can anyone say during an election, yes, we are going to rebuild that. If the NDP said they're going to do it, we're going to do it. And you have seniors in that home and staff that are excited about the rebuild. 3.5 years later, it's not even on a list to be rebuilt. And the place is falling apart. The staff are working so hard. And that's the other thing, Mr. Speaker. What we have is a Premier and a Minister's always saying, oh, I want to thank staff for doing this. I want to thank staff for doing that. Yes, they deserve it. But you know what they really deserve? Are resources to do their job, that they don't have to be so stressed out. And they don't have to see seniors going without a bath except every 2 weeks now, not once a week. Or they're trying to spend $5 and something at Northwood to feed a senior for a day. It's beyond. So, Mr. Speaker, we need Bill 21, and we need the people of Nova Scotia, and they will. They recognize there is a crisis in health care in this province.
Order, please. I just want to let the honourable member know that the upper clock is off by a minute, so you have till 3:47. I just wanted to let you know you've got an additional minute there. The honourable member for Chester St. Margaret.
Can always use the extra time. So, for example, in Bridgewater Hospital, like doctors are not happy. They're coming out. This is the first year I've been an MLA since 2009 that doctors have actually seeked me out and specialists coming to me talking about the issues in health care. Bridgewater Hospital is supposed to have 3 hospitalists. That's your general practitioner that looks after the patients after the ER doctor sends them to the floor. There's supposed to be 3, there's 2 there, 1's leaving, that leaves 1 hospitalist. They're only supposed to have a minimum of 18 patients. How is that going to work, Mr. Speaker? There hasn't been a chief of staff for a year in that hospital. The ER doctors, there is a lack of overlap of time. It's only 2 or 3 hours that you find 2 ER doctors on at the same time. They're crying for help, and nobody's listening to them. The minister isn't. The health authority's not listening to them. So we're finding, like I said, long-term care bids. I mean, no, anyone, Mr. Speaker, here, as we age, we want to stay home. But we are going to find that there's some people who can't stay home. They need long-term care. But there won't be any place to go. They're falling down. So why wouldn't you be investing in long-term care the same time that you're investing in home care? Do it in parallel of each other. It does not make sense. It has got to be embarrassing to be in the Liberal side and know that not one long-term care bid has been open. And all of us here have a grandparent or a parent or a relative who needs long-term care. So, Mr. Speaker, I say to the Minister of Health and the Liberal government that they need to look at Bill 21 and they need to be able to say, yes, we need more rural involvement. The people in rural Nova Scotia feel like people are sitting in the ivory towers in Halifax making decisions about them and not talking to them in rural Nova Scotia, not listening to them. And at least, Mr. Speaker, as I said, I hope the member from Lunenburg gives me that list by the end of this week, because it would be a starting point for me to be able, as an MLA, to have at least some names to call in the health authority and not a 800 number, sorry, Mr. Speaker, and just be leaving my name the same as everybody else has to, and you don't hear anything back. So
Order,
thank
please.
you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Time has elapsed. The honourable member for Minister of Health and Wellness and Seniors.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm pleased to rise in my place today and with just a few minutes remaining to take part in today's debate. I believe, first of all, Mr. Chair, that the healthcare system needed a very different direction. One of the very first discoveries in the health department, and really that I had discovered as a critic for a couple of years before coming to government, was that across our province in the 9 districts, we had ad hoc and ad hocery of programs of the worst magnitude. You know, very simple programs that should have had some standard across the province, in fact, appeared in 6 or 7 different amounts in different ways, depending on which district you were in. We needed to integrate the system, to allow clinicians to move across the province, to allow patients to move across the province. And you know, Mr. Chair, in my riding now, I have actually come across not 1, but 4 residents who went to Amherst for general surgery, because at Valley Regional, it's a longer wait time, because they do so much emergency surgery, especially for hips and knees and fractures of our elderly population. So for people to be able to go within a couple of weeks and have first-class general surgery, it's a win for that area. Because they were down to about 1,500 surgeries a year. Now they've added on another 1,000. Surgeons going to Truro to do work, working on a highly integrated system. And I know the member for Northside would know this or probably has heard because he's very familiar with the wonderful orthopedic program that's at Cape Breton and at the regional hospital. And now we have at the regional hospital, we're in a few cases of the first of our 5 orthopedic sites reaching the national benchmark. I mean, how good is that? And we now have had patients from other parts of the province go to Cape Breton. And we're going to see, by doing 800 additional surgeries this year for hip and knee replacement, we'll move that into 1,200. We went for a decade and kept hip and knee surgeries at the same baseline, while the number of patients was going up. We could never, until we invested over $8 million for a wait list that was very troubling to the senior population of this province. We are going to get to a point where I believe all Nova Scotians will be able to get hip and knee replacement within the national benchmark of that 6-month period. And that comes about, again, as operating as one, the 22, 23 orthopedic surgeons. So as we move to the very highly integrated system, we're actually able to do more work. I would not be very comfortable standing here and saying first province in Canada since the Second World War to have less than a 2% growth in health spending if we weren't doing more. And that's why I gave the orthopedic example. That's why we're doing 300 more MRIs a month. This is a case of doing more, but with great efficiencies in the system. And this will be the only way to deal with that huge cohort. Those seniors between, or older adults between 55 and 70 that make up the biggest 15 years of our population, the baby boomers. If we hadn't changed the direction of the system to create efficiencies, but more importantly, a standard of care. And that's what's happening across Nova Scotia. It takes some time to do that. I met with Dr. Drew Bethune this week, who is now in charge of cancer care in this province. And he wants from Cape Breton to Yarmouth to Amherst to Bridgewater to have that same strong standard of care at every place where cancer care is delivered. We now have that opportunity because we had, in fact, very different things sometimes happening in different parts of the province. I'm pleased, Mr. Speaker, that we have a hospice program underway. When I arrived in the health department, I couldn't find one sheet of paper with the word hospice. There was no plan. We developed the governance, the framework, and the funding for hospice care in this province. We've expanded dialysis. That's why I see great hope and great possibility. At the same time, saving about $75 to $100 million by going from 9 CEOs to 1 CEO, 38 VPs to 8 VPs, getting provincial contracts for procurement, and we did a little better than that, Mr. Chair. We now have an Atlantic approach. We had our first Atlantic procurement last year for diagnostic equipment, and we saved on that one order $2.3 million. Mr. Speaker, I could go on and list the top 100 accomplishments that our government has had during our time in office. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Leader in the House of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, will you please call Bill number 16, the Fair Drug Pricing Act?
Bill number 16, the Fair Drug Pricing Act. The Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is one of the many cases in this House where I have to return to Hansard because I wasn't here when you were talking about this issue the first time. But of course I was following it as a citizen. And I very much remember this early stumble of this government when the Minister of Health reneged on his word in the House in March 2015, where he told the House that he would not increase the premiums to seniors' pharmacare, and then in January 2016 announced changes that would in fact have resulted in higher premiums for some 40,000 seniors across Nova Scotia. And of course there was a great outcry. It was poorly communicated, it was confusing, and that decision was reversed. But I want to think for a moment and frame for a moment what that decision was about. And of course it was about that pursuit of the balanced budget, and that change would have saved the government $10 million. But in fact, so much of what we have done in this province is not really saving at all. It's shifting the burden from all of us sharing the burden together to one group of people sharing the burden. And so in this case, we would have shifted the burden of $10 million onto seniors, just as we have, with other groups, we've shifted the burden of post-secondary education onto young people. Anyhow, so there was a reversal of that, but that situation resulted in Bill 16, an act to amend Chapter 7 of the Acts of 2011, the Fair Drug Pricing Act, which effectively calls on any further change, any future change to seniors' pharmacare, including respecting the eligibility requirements or premiums or deductibles or co-payments, to actually have to come before the House to be discussed here in the People's House, in the House of Assembly. And I think that this bill is a good bill and a required one at a time when, in fact, this government has not delivered on its promise for transparency, and requiring this House to meet and actually consider issues like this, like how will we pay for seniors' pharmacare. It's one way to ensure that transparency, and also to ensure that all of the best ideas have a chance to come before the House, including through testimony to the Law Amendments Committee. Canada is the only developed country in the world with a universal health care system which does not also have a universal drug system. And so we do suffer for that. We suffer, and Nova Scotia is a very small jurisdiction. We don't have a lot of purchasing power, and so certainly the sorts of savings that the Minister of Health just referred to in procurement does not surprise me. It's a wonderful thing for us to work together with other provinces and even indeed nationally to increase our purchasing power so that we can get the sort of drug prices that other jurisdictions around the world have. And I recently borrowed from the Legislative Library Dr. Daniel Silver's new book about the healthcare system called 6 Big Ideas. And she talks about the need for a pharmacare program as idea number 2, and one that would certainly save us considerable amounts of money, and not only in the most direct mechanism that you'd think about. It's partly, yes, about saving the money on the drug costs, but it's also saving the cost to the healthcare system when in fact people who cannot afford drugs choose not to fulfill their prescription or choose to reduce the amount that they're taking each day because they know they need that drug, but they also need to eat or also need to pay their rent. In the specific case that transpired here in Nova Scotia with the proposed changes to the seniors' pharmacare program that were then rolled back, in that case, the impact on seniors would have been direct, and some seniors would have faced a doubling of their drug care expenses. And that in a province where the average household income before taxes for seniors is modest. $37,000 is what I have as the average household income before taxes for seniors. And so many seniors are, you know, what they have is maybe, if they're lucky, their one asset, which is their home. More seniors own homes than people in other demographic groups. But often that home itself can become a burden as, you know, there come to be issues with roofs, or there come to be issues with stairs, and yet seniors are so often, you know, both wanting to hold on to that home, but also left with very few options for places to move, as there's a shortage of affordable housing in our community, as rents have gone up and so forth. So the gist of this bill again would be to bring any substantial change to the Seniors Pharmacare program before the House, and I would like to see, as the newest member of this legislature at this time, I would like to see this House playing the role that it could play in the governance of our province. It feels to me like we only end up really playing the function that I think was envisioned for us by Joseph Howe when things have gone off the rails, as they did in February when we were here debating Bill 75. And in fact, I felt like I learned a tremendous amount at that time, and I feel like citizens of Nova Scotia learned a tremendous amount at that time. And even though I deeply regret that the legislature did end up passing Bill 75, despite our opposition, I feel like there are positive changes that have come and will come by dint of having that really robust public conversation, warts and all, including the many, many hours of testimony that we heard at law amendments, which unfortunately were cut short. And right now in Nova Scotia and in this House and in this government, not only did the legislature in Nova Scotia meet fewer days last year than in any other jurisdiction in Canada, but also we're seeing frequent cancellations of cabinet meetings, which is at least another space where there is hopefully a diversity of views around a table, bringing different ideas together. And I feel like we've lost our skills. We've lost our skills at actually holding space for diverse views, recognizing that actually the best outcome is not just for one view to prevail. There are other outcomes that we enter into those debates and enter into those conflicts not even anticipating. And so I welcome both this piece of legislation and other pieces of legislation which the NDP have brought in, which remind us of the potential of the House and of the legislature and of all of us as representatives of the citizens of Nova Scotia to play a significant role in oversight, and not just in oversight, but also in proposing solutions to the challenges that we face. I certainly am glad to see now on the Seniors Pharmacare website that there is anticipated to be no change in premiums for 2017-2018, and I fully expect that that is what we will see in the budget that will be tabled in this House tomorrow. My concern, or a concern that I'm I'm wondering if we'll find out some information about is whether the enrollment in seniors pharmacare has actually decreased based on that blip and mishandling of the program in 2016. And of course, it is a program which operates like an insurance program, and so the more people who are signed up and sharing the burden, the better it is for us as a province and for us as a province and for each of the individual members. So I'm taking my lessons from my colleague from Sackville-Cobequid in this matter, and certainly suggesting to any constituent that comes to me that yes, it makes sense to sign up and it makes sense to do it early and it makes sense to do it before you're ill. But of course, seniors in this province, many of them are going into retirement without significant savings, maybe with their home, but not with RRSPs. We know that that is, a reality and an option, in fact, for very few amongst us. And so when you're trying to balance your budget and control your household expenses, it's easy to see why somebody might delay even signing up for the Seniors Pharmacare program as it exists now, if they're in a position where they have to pay premiums. Thank you for your attention. I'm going to take my seat.
Just before we move on, I do want to just point out that early in your remarks, you used the language in terms of the minister reneging promises, and that in fact is unparliamentary language. So just a reminder to all members of the House that that language is unparliamentary. The honourable member for Lunenburg, of course.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate this opportunity to address the House on matters concerning Bill number 16, the Fair Drug Pricing Act amended. Mr. Speaker, as we are all very aware, Nova Scotia has one of the oldest populations in Canada. Older people easily outnumber the young people here in Nova Scotia, especially children. Our birth rates are much lower than the number of seniors that we are having come to the age of 65. And to put this in perspective to members here in this House, we have more than 1,000 Nova Scotians turning 65 each month. We have more than 175,000 seniors living in our province right now. Nova Scotia has the oldest population in all of Atlantic Canada. And we predict that by the year 2030, that our senior population will grow to more than 230,000. And I'll be one of those, and many of the others here in this room will be one of those seniors. And while, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of our older Nova Scotians, I represent 2 of the 4 towns that have the highest population of seniors per capita. My hometown, Mahone Bay, is the #1. We have more seniors living in Mahone Bay than any other town in Nova Scotia. And second comes Lunenburg, which is also another town that I represent in my constituency. And I know the Premier's own town is one of the 4. And I believe Digby is the other. And to many, people would think that that is not a good thing, that seniors are not as productive, that they're not as valued. But I can tell you, in my communities, they are the movers and shakers. They are the volunteers, the large number of volunteers. We have created a whole new concept in especially the town of Mahone Bay through their age-friendly community and our seniors programming through the Mahone Bay Centre, we find our seniors are assets to the community. And so we intentionally looked into ways that we can make the most of our senior and aging population. And making the most of it is also being age-friendly. So, for example, Mahone Bay is a wonderful walking town, and we have wonderful sidewalks, but there were issues that our sidewalks dipped, where driveways were made to accommodate homes. And the problem was if you were walking abreast with somebody, you would have maybe one of the person go down in one of those little dips, and often we had people falling. So what we've done is we've been friendly, and through community citizen engagement, we've painted these areas in a bright yellow so that people walking along see these dips, and it has made a great improvement. And we have many seniors that are engaged in Nova Scotia, and they add to our community life. And I can tell you that they show a lot of passion in their communities. And though many communities are trying to attract younger families, and I will not say that our towns of Mahone Bay and Lunenburg are not doing that as well, but we also know that we gain a lot because of our seniors community. And we know as our population grows, Mr. Speaker, so do their medical needs. And I see that with my parents' aging friends. I have relatives who are aging. They have mobility issues. They have health care issues. And we need to make sure that all that is included in the way we plan for seniors. And for example, in Mahone Bay, we have a Seniors Helping Seniors program. So seniors who can no longer drive or are too ill to drive, we have them partnering up with younger seniors who take them to medical appointments and do errands, or come into their homes to maybe put their garbage out on garbage day. We have people helping to load wood for seniors who can't do that heavy work themselves. And we also know that because of the aging population, our medical costs are rising as well. And the need for more medications often comes with that aging. And I know I am my mother's health advocate, and my mother's in a long-term care facility. And I couldn't begin to list the number of medications my mother takes to maintain her health status. Everything from heart medication to her insulin for her diabetes. And that is costly. And I think as we age, you may have someone who never took a pill in their life. And then when they become a senior and they age, all of a sudden, they're getting high blood pressure, or they develop diabetes or some type of heart condition. And the medications that many of these seniors are taking have prolonged their lives. So not only do we have a growing population, because of the health care that seniors are receiving and the medications, they're living longer. And Mr. Speaker, many seniors in this province rely on the Senior Pharmacare program to ensure that they are receiving the drugs they need and when they need them. And I can tell you that our local pharmacies, Mr. Speaker, are also great assets to our seniors, because they do all sorts of counseling, and they give out information to our seniors. They will meet one-on-one with patients and clients, and they provide immunization, they provide foot care, and they have the punch-out packaging for now that you can have your medication all sorted for you. That's a service that many seniors require, but they certainly do benefit from the Pharmacare program. And we have more than 120,000 seniors on the Pharmacare program. And we have more coming every day as we increase our numbers of seniors here in Nova Scotia. And I believe it is our duty to support older adults the best way we can. And we are doing that. Just, you know, in January of 2016, there was a proposed change to pharmacare. And our seniors spoke out. They were loud and they were clear, and I'm sure there wasn't an MLA here in the House who did not hear from their seniors that they did not like the changes that were coming forward, being proposed by the government on the changes to their co-pay and eligibility for pharmacare. Mr. Speaker, I have to say that was one of, when I look back at my years here in the legislature, that was one of my prouder moments when I saw our caucus, you know, unite and go to the Premier and the Minister and said, we have to do something about this. We are hearing it loud and clear. And I'm not just talking about seniors who are marginalized. I'm talking about all seniors. We're really concerned about the program that we were proposing. And when we brought that to our caucus, we sat down and we spent a lot of time debating this. And it was not long before our Premier said, let's put a hold on this. Let's take this to consultation. Let's do this right. And that was a proud moment for me, Mr. Speaker, because not very often do you have a Premier who will stand up and say, you know what, let's step back a bit. Let's look at this. We need to see what is best for Nova Scotia. And our Premier, Mr. Speaker, did that. And I must say, I'd like to know how many times in this legislature and in this province we saw a Premier who was confident enough and believed enough in the voice of the people to say that. And I have to say, that was a proud moment for me, and it's something that I relate to constituents all the time when they come to me and they say, you know what, it's no bother even talking to you because your government never listens, politicians never listen, but I can tell you, we listen, Mr. Speaker. We stopped the whole process, and it's going to consultation. It's not happening right now, but it's going, and we're going to see in the next 2 years some consultation. And I want to say that those will take place in 2017 and 2018 and 19. And it's going to take a while. But we're always hearing people, oh, you're fast-tracking, you're trying to do things too quickly. Well, Mr. Speaker, we're not going to do this quickly. We're going to do it right. We're going to take our time. We're going to consult. We're going to use research. We're going to use facts. We're going to combine them all before we roll out another pharmacare program. And I think that is the right thing to do. And this is best for both the citizens and it's best for the government. And Mr. Speaker, I'm sure there are people who will say that, you know, too much time, you're taking too much time. But we're going to take the time this time. And I can respect the fact that the opposition has brought this bill forward because they want the same things I do. They want more support for seniors and a stronger program. And Mr. Speaker, I'm getting closer to that age, you know. I'm no spring chicken. I'm a grandmother. I know I don't look as old as I am, but that's a good thing for me. But I want to stress that we're all going to be there. And me, I'm part of that sandwich generation. I have a grandchild. I have a child that's just graduating from university, and I'm looking after my mother. And I have all those responsibilities. And it's really important for me to know that my mother is getting the care she needs, and the pharmacare program is helping her meet her needs, and that someday I will need that. I won't have my Blue Cross and my Great West Life policies when I turn 65. I will be on pharmacare, and I want that program to be good and strong when I'm on the pharmacare program and when I am eligible for it. So, Mr. Speaker, anyone who has served time in government can tell you that sometimes the best decisions are not always the most popular. But, Mr. Speaker, the best decision for seniors is that we take the time to do this right. And this government has said there will be a consultation process and there will be policy and program decisions and changes through legislation, and there won't be decisions and policy changes made through legislation. That is not effective. And what is effective is looking at the best available evidence, consultation, and looking at all our options. One of these options, Mr. Speaker, came in February of this year. Our Premier and his Atlantic counterparts agreed to explore new and innovative ways to work together to make our publicly funded drug plans, including the senior care pharmacare, stronger. And that is through collaboration, and collaboration through our Atlantic partners. And we share the common challenges in this area with our Atlantic Canadian counterparts, and I believe we must work together to support older adults in our region. Mr. Speaker, we are committed to improving our seniors our seniors pharmacare program, and we will take the time we need to do it right. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to speak. What was that?
The honourable member for Colchester Muscadavat Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When we were in caucus today, this was brought up, and it was either myself or my colleague from Pictou Centre who were going to get the opportunity to speak to this. I'll let you decide what that reason was.
And nothing to do with their age.
We do agree with this bill. There are a couple of things that have always concerned me since I became a part of legislature. One is transparency, and the other, of course, is consultation. They were the two things that really struck me as being needed in the legislature. Seniors, they work their whole lives, and it's not the kind of Walton atmosphere right now, like the Walton family. Things have certainly changed in our society, and seniors a lot of seniors do not have the resources. I'm lucky. I paid into a pension for years and years and years. But there are a lot of seniors now who work their whole lives and really have nothing but what the government is able to give them. And they get very concerned about how long that money is going to last them. They have certain things that they have to pay for, and there's not a lot left over, that's for sure. Since the government's decision to reverse their overhaul of the seniors pharmacare program, they promised Nova Scotians that they would negotiate. And negotiation, to me, should always take place before any decision is made. If a decision is made with respect to docs, then you talk to the docs and find out what that situation is before a decision. With senior pharmacare, obviously you need to really talk to seniors to know how it is going to affect them before any decision is made. And as my colleague said a few moments ago, consultation will take place, and that was promised by the government. But at the present time, nothing has been put in place for that consultation. It's been halted. Seniors have worked and they have contributed their whole lives to our community, to this province. And we owe it to them to provide the service necessary to allow them to enjoy their retirement, to also respect them, and also be considered in decisions. This bill, while it's a good idea, it's sad in a sense that it had to come to this, because if consultation and transparency were upfront in the first place, we may not have to make these kinds of bills in this legislature. Many seniors are concerned that the changes to pharmacare will impact the coverage of certain drugs. We need to ensure that the drugs on the provincial formulary are reflective of the healthcare needs of all Nova Scotians. Now, there are many ways that we can save money to reinvest in the healthcare system. The time between now and throughout the consultation process will give members the time to really decide where these priorities are going to lie. Seniors don't like to be surprised. I'm finding that out. But it happens. And they have a right to be concerned about that because, like I said, they don't have a lot of resources to work with. And when anything comes in that is going to impact those resources, they get scared because they're not sure they're going to be able to handle the change. And if they can't handle the change, they have to give up something. And unfortunately, in some cases, they will give up their medication. They will give up going to see a doc. And that's sad. That really is a sad thing to happen. Seniors, like I said, don't deserve to be surprised this way. Many live on the fixed incomes, and they don't have the luxury, I guess, of rapid change in their expenses either. As unfortunate as it is that this bill had to be even drafted, I hope the government will consider the fact that we do need consultation before any decision is made, and to be actually transparent and upfront with all the groups that are affected by this. As my colleague said, we're getting to the stage where we're going to be, well, I'm past that stage, to be on pharmacare. But we need to put in place the best system possible for those who really cannot afford outside health care. So I hope we always keep that in mind before we make any decisions or impact the lives of Nova Scotians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this time.
The honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just thought I'd stand up today and make some remarks on with respect to this bill that will help to maybe wrap things up a little bit and move us forward. I think that it's pretty clear that this is a bit of legislation that was brought about as a result of some changes. That changes that were proposed to the seniors' pharmacare program. I think that it's important that we get the history on what happened there and the history on those changes correct. Because at the time, there was an attempt to reform.
The honourable member from Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, actually my colleague had stood up before this gentleman did, and so we would like to be recognized and just say a few words to this bill first. Yeah, he can go after. It's just, this is the order. Sorry.
We'll return to the order.
Chance to.
The honourable member for Queen Shelburne is
going to stand up.
Okay. The honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I would like to say a few words, very few words to this bill, Bill number 16. As an act to amend Chapter 7 of the Acts of 2011, the Fair Drug Pricing Act. It's a very simple bill, Mr. Speaker, and basically it just requires that any change in eligibility, premiums, deductibles, or co-payments
in the Seniors Pharmacare program would need to be approved by the House of Assembly. And I believe the reason why this was introduced, Mr. Speaker, was because, in fact, earlier in 2016, there was an attempt to make some changes without any of us weighing in on it. Actually, I guess it was, 2016, January of 2016. And we were not happy with those changes that were made. And in fact, the seniors of the province were not very happy, and they made their voices well heard at that time. And we would like to make sure that something like that never happens again. One thing I do want to also talk about is that the cancelled changes that would have occurred to the Seniors Pharmacare program, it would have actually meant, had it gone through, that 14,000 low-income seniors receiving the guaranteed income supplement would have paid pharmacare premiums starting on April 1st of that year, 2016, for the first time, which is actually 2,000 more people than the 12,000 who would no longer have to pay premiums. So it was touted as being something that would help more people not have to pay premiums, but in fact there were 2,000 more people. All seniors receiving the GIS are exempt from paying pharmacare premiums, but for some seniors, this year premiums would have increased by up to 200%. 200%, Mr. Speaker, that's a lot. That would have been the first increase since 2007 under the Rodney MacDonald Conservative government. So our previous NDP government froze pharmacare premiums. Increased seniors' pharmacare fees would have resulted in $10 million more, or 20% the next year, while cutting government funding by this same amount. So it would have cut the government funding by $10 million, but it would have cost seniors more. So on January 29th, 2015, the Liberal Health Minister estimated the funding ratio that required the government to pay 75% of that cost to operate the program, with the seniors paying the remaining 25%. And then on March 27th, 2015, our NDP leader at that time, Ms. Maureen MacDonald, introduced legislation to enshrine into the Fair Drug Pricing Act the cost share ratio used to fund the Seniors Pharmacare program at 75-25, a split between the government and seniors respectively. On that day in question period, after asked by our NDP health critic, the Liberal Health Minister responded, quote, "What I can tell the member opposite and all Nova Scotians is, while I'm Minister of Health and Wellness, there will not be an increase in premiums in senior pharmacare." So let's fast forward. So again, just to recap, March 27th, 2015, then Liberal Health Minister, still the Health Minister now, stated in the House of Assembly, "What I can tell the member opposite and all Nova Scotians, while I'm Minister of Health and Wellness, there won't be an increase in premiums in seniors pharmacare." However, in January of 2016, this same minister announced changes to the Seniors Pharmacare program that would have resulted in higher premiums for approximately 40,000 seniors. So therefore, this government backtracked then on the decision when there was a hue and cry from the seniors population and from their lobbyists in particular. There was a major hue and cry. And so the government backtracked, which was a good thing to do. However, they shouldn't have to go there in the first place. And then they spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on ads and letters apologizing to Nova Scotia seniors. So all of this money is like a waste of money that could have gone into helping the seniors of this province instead of having to do damage control on something that should never have been attempted in the first place. In April of that same year, our NDP caucus therefore introduced Bill 16 in order to protect
seniors pharmacare, which would prevent the government from making any major changes to the seniors pharmacare program without a vote in the legislature. However, this Liberal government did not support our bill, and sadly, it has not been passed. So, Mr. Speaker, I just have to say that in their rush to trying to balance the budget by tomorrow, by the day that they announce the budget, which they've already said they're going to say is balanced, in their rush to do this, Mr. Speaker, they're trampling on the most vulnerable citizens in Nova Scotia, seniors, people with mental health disorders, people who lobby for people with all kinds of different health issues, like eating disorders, like people with hearing disorders, with people who have any kind of mental health disorder. There have been cuts, Mr. Speaker, right across the boards, and to the seniors of all people. First of all, they tried to do it this way. They tried to cut $10 million from seniors by sneakily saying that it was going to be in their favor. But after that, and it didn't work, Mr. Speaker, what happened next? They cut $8.5 million to nursing homes across the province. So, Mr. Speaker, I have to say, somebody over in government had decided they were going to cut approximately $10 million from seniors. So if they couldn't get it one way, they did it another way. And, Mr. Speaker, I have to say that $5 a day for food per day per senior is outrageous in this day and age. It's outrageous. And, Mr. Speaker, they've been living like this now for a few years, and $4.85 a day is what I'm told the seniors living in Dartmouth at one of the big seniors complexes there have been existing on. And in my riding, I've been meeting with many of the people who work there, and they tell me that the seniors are getting showered only once every 2 weeks now because of cuts to staff. They're telling me that there is less laundry now done. They're telling me that there is less cleaning able to be done, and people are being run off their feet too many hours. Some young, inexperienced workers are being stuck overnight looking after 25 patients, 25 clients, and it's just too much, Mr. Speaker. We should be a compassionate, caring province with a compassionate, caring government. And I have to say, although my colleague from the Liberals was excited that her leader had stood back from the precipice on this one, I have to say, most likely the reason was not out of compassion, but out of pure, cold political thinking, because he would have been told, oh, the seniors vote, and they have families who vote, so you better not go down this road. We've already had 2,000 people around the legislature screaming and crying to stop the cuts to the film industry. Only $24 million. It's a drop in the bucket compared to the $180 million that industry used to bring into this province. And the same recently with the teachers. You know, we had close to 2,000 teachers around the legislature as well. Did they listen? No, they stamped all over them. Well, Mr. Speaker, I really don't think that is the way to unite Nova Scotia. And this government acted on a theory, an idea, a slogan of one Nova Scotia, but instead they've been dividing Nova Scotians, playing the divide and conquer game, trying to make some Nova Scotians winners and other Nova Scotians losers, and trying to pit the two against each other. By trying to divide some of the public from the teachers, or divide teachers from teachers, or divide the public from the creative industry by saying, oh, they don't pay any taxes, oh, they're just like to get together, kind of like Stephen Harper said, oh, they like to pat each other on the back and wear fancy dresses from time to time, but really the tax credit is too rich for Nova Scotia. Well, I'm here to say, Mr. Speaker, nothing is too rich for Nova Scotia. This is a beautiful province with beautiful, wonderful people, caring, kind, compassionate people who've worked very hard their entire lives, and many of them now are seniors. Every month, 1,000 people turn 65 years old. My dad is going to be 85 this next June. My mom is turning 80 this year. And I'm going to tell you, I want them looked after, and I know that every other Nova Scotian wants their parents looked after. And someday, we will all be there. We will all be there too. Now, would we like to be being treated like this? I don't think so. We can do better, Mr. Speaker, and I would hope that this government learns this lesson, and I hope that the people of Nova Scotia have also learned the lesson. And I'm told that there's probably an election coming someday soon, so I guess the proof will be in the pudding when people go to vote at the ballot box. So, Mr. Speaker, on that note, I'd like to sit down and say thank you very much, and over to my colleague. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll try this again. I do want to start out by talking a little bit about the situation surrounding seniors pharmacare and around the previous attempt by our government to make some changes there that I think from the beginning were well-intentioned, if not well-received. So the intention there, and I don't think that we should ever lose sight of this, Mr. Speaker, in discussing this, the intention there was to ensure that 12,000 fewer Nova Scotians would pay premiums under the Seniors Pharmacare program. My understanding, Mr. Speaker, is that there are 120,000 people enrolled in that program, and the government set out with reforms to that program to reduce the premiums or eliminate the premiums for 12,000 of those people. That's 10% by my, I'm not an accountant, Mr. Speaker, but I think I've got that part right. So, as I say, the change was not well received. And it certainly caused many members on this side and the Premier, including the Premier and including the Minister of Health, to rethink that plan and to listen to the voices of Nova Scotians with respect to that and to make substantive changes to that plan. So I think that's an excellent example of democracy at work, Mr. Speaker. It's responsiveness to the wishes of the people of Nova Scotia. And what happened when that occurred? When those voices were heard and when those people called my office and called other offices and wrote to me, and I spoke to them and I heard their voices, and it was perfectly clear what Nova Scotians wanted in that case. And we didn't step back. The Premier, the Minister of Health, and the good civil servants involved in that case didn't step back and say, okay, we'll just undo it all and we'll put it back to where we were. They didn't do that, Mr. Speaker. They maintained focus on the goal, which was to make the program more affordable for the most vulnerable Nova Scotians and to move forward with that plan and to eliminate the premiums for 12,000 additional Nova Scotians, to make that program more accessible, more affordable for those 12,000 Nova Scotians, and to make sure that the rest of the people who were enrolled in the program, the rest of the seniors, were not affected by any rate increases. Mr. Speaker, I have a hard time understanding how that can be characterized as anything but a government responding to the needs of Nova Scotians, responding to the voices of their constituents, and acting on that. And I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, I'm a proud member of this government, and I'm a proud follower of our leader, the Premier. And I know that when the Premier knows he's right, he has a strength of resolve greater than I think possibly anyone else in this House. And I think that he has a courage that has not been shown in previous governments. I think he's got the ability to, when he knows he's right, to take something and move forward in the face of adversity and to not back down, to do what he knows is right for the province. But he also has a clarity of vision, Mr. Speaker, to say, I may have misstepped on this one. I may have misspoke on this one. I may have misunderstood the situation. And in spite of that strength of resolve that he has, which is certainly leading Nova Scotians to a better place, he was able to stand back on this case, and he was able to say, here's what's right for Nova Scotians, and I'm happy to make this change and to adjust this program. So I think that is certainly a case of all's well that ends well, and we can't lose sight of the fact that 12,000 Nova Scotians are better off as a result of the adjustments that were made to seniors' pharmacare. So I'm, at least according to the standard of Lawton's Drugstore, Mr. Speaker, I am a senior in this province. I can weekly, if I go in there and I think about it, I can get my seniors discount, and I'm probably a part of a majority here of our caucus, and so we don't lose sight of the issues that are facing seniors today. We don't lose sight of the needs of seniors in our society, because we are those people, Mr. Speaker. We're responsive because we understand, because we are them. And we've certainly moved on seniors' issues, especially with respect to health care. And I think health care I'm proud, wherever I am next week, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to be proud to speak of our record on health care and how that relates to seniors and how we've done things to make health care and Nova Scotia a better place for seniors to be. I think that we've heard some remarks from others, maybe in this debate today and in the debate on the previous bill, with respect to long-term care and how we have dealt with issues surrounding long-term care and how we've maybe made some adjustments with respect to funding there for long-term care facilities. Now, Mr. Speaker, I think that what that loses sight of, if someone is just to draw attention to one aspect of that, maybe a reduction in funding to long-term care, is the fact that long-term care is a last resort for Nova Scotians. It's not something that most of us want to do. We don't want to leave our homes, to go to nursing homes, to be cared for by others. We want to stay in our homes where we're happy and comfortable, where we can be surrounded by our friends and family, where we can live in familiar surroundings as we age. And that is something that the seniors and the others on this side of the House at least recognize, and that our government has recognized in a very meaningful and substantial way. So let's not focus on putting people in long-term care. Let's not focus on nursing homes. Let's focus on keeping people in their homes longer. Let's focus on how can we support them to do that, and how can we make the resources available to make that happen. So every now and again, from where I sit as a private member, some call it the backbench, I have a moment where I say, geez, I wish I had a thought of that. And when I'm in the course of doing our work here, when I look at the problems associated with long-term care and the escalating costs associated with respect to long-term care, and then all of a sudden we come up and we say, let's shift the focus away from that. Let's shift the focus onto putting the resources into keeping people in their homes longer. And I'm here to say, Mr. Speaker, that that's been a resounding success. I know we've increased funding. I'm not prepared to say the exact number right now. I think it's somewhere north of $50 million over the last couple of years that we've increased in spending on home care services for seniors to help them stay in their homes longer. And that, Mr. Speaker, is what people want. And that, Mr. Speaker, is an effective use of tax dollars, and it's something that people will resonate with people, and that people can understand, and that people can feel that they've been well taken care of by the province. And
order, please. Order, please. I'd like to ask all members to keep the chatter down. The floor is taken by the honourable member from Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the increase in spending on home care, the switch in emphasis from moving people into long-term care facilities to keeping them in their home, That is a successful initiative, Mr. Speaker. That is about what seniors want and what seniors need. That is an effective use of Nova Scotians' tax dollars. It's a lower cost solution, and it's a better solution for all Nova Scotians. And I'm happy to say that in Cumberland County, that has resulted in a situation where we currently do not have any seniors waiting in hospital for long-term care beds. That wait list has been eliminated in Cumberland County. We also do not have a wait list for home care services, Mr. Speaker. That is, I'm very pleased and proud to be from Cumberland County and to be able to say that. And I have a side interest there because my wife Nancy, of course, is a care coordinator in that system, and I know the good work that they do there. I hear about it every single day, over and over and over again. You can say all you want from the other side of the house. You can pick on how the pharmacare program is rolled out or what the effect was that it had on people, but in the final analysis, that made things better for people, and this government is moving forward to make things better for seniors on an ongoing basis. I'm probably going to wrap up by talking a little bit about seniors in a different context, and that's with respect to infrastructure spending, Mr. Speaker. There have been some infrastructure announcements recently. Some of them may have been in Cumberland County. One of them might have been with respect to a much-needed replacement for an aging healthcare facility in Pugwash. And that is, I know it's been criticized by the leader of the official opposition. He seems to want to side with the people of, with the Auditor General rather than with the people of Cumberland County with respect to that particular announcement. I myself have a high level of respect for the work of the Auditor General, Mr. Speaker. I have the privilege of sitting on the Public Accounts Committee frequently as a substitute. I get to hear the good work that they are doing, and I get to witness the effect that has on the various departments across the province. But I think in some cases, Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General focuses on the books, and the Auditor General does not focus on the community. Well, I want to tell you something about the community of Pugwash and the North Shore of Cumberland County, Mr. Speaker. It is one of the few areas in the province where the population is growing, and the population is not growing fortunately or unfortunately. It's not because of the birth rate, and it's not generally because of immigration, although we do have some immigration from outside of the province or outside of the country. The population of the North Shore, Mr. Speaker, is growing because it's a great place for seniors to be and a great place for seniors to live. And one of the attractions to bring those people there is quality health care. And one of the requirements of quality health care is good infrastructure. And the better our infrastructure is, the more likely that influx of people is going to continue, and the more likely that we are going to be in a position to effectively recruit and retain physicians to take care of that population in that area. So with those few words, Mr. Speaker, I will conclude my remarks for today. Thank you.
The honourable member for Queens Shelburne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that concludes the opposition business for the day, and I'd like to hand it over to the Government House Leader to call business for tomorrow. Thank you.
The Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Upon the conclusion of the opposition business, I'll move that the House do rise to meet again tomorrow between the hours of 1 p.m. and 8 p.m. At that time, we will call government business bills for third reading, Bill number 59, and such other government business as may be necessary. So with that, I move that the House do rise.
Motion is for adjournment for the House to rise tomorrow until tomorrow, May 27th, between the hours of 1 p.m. and 8 p.m. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. Motion is carried. Now reached the moment of interruption and the topic for late debate. Today, as submitted by the Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid, is therefore be it resolved that government's failure to act on the doctor shortage has had an extreme consequences for thousands of people in Nova Scotia, particularly the 106,000 people without a family doctor. The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad to speak to that resolution. As I made reference in some remarks just earlier during our opposition business and the debate on Bill 16, I recently had the pleasure of reading a great book about the Canadian healthcare system, Six Big Ideas by Dr. Daniel Silver. And Daniel Martin, thank you. I knew I was getting that wrong. Dr. Daniel Martin, my apologies. The first big idea, which she comes back to again and again in the book, is the importance of relationship-based care. So no matter what your healthcare problem is, no matter whether you're a mom with kids who needs vaccinations and regular checkups, or whether you're a woman expecting her first child, or whether you are a senior with a complicated set of interrelated healthcare problems, or whether you are a person fighting cancer, or whether you're basically well but just need to follow the best practice of screenings for your age and stage of life and gender and so forth. The most important thing, and in fact the cornerstone of our healthcare system, is that each of us as a patient needs to have a relationship. We need to have a healthcare home. And without that healthcare home, nothing else works. And in fact, my colleague from Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley, asked an excellent question yesterday to the Minister of Health about where do specialist referrals or test results or anything else go if one does not have a healthcare home, if one does not have a family doctor or a collaborative care practice, or is a patient of a community health center somewhere in this province. And, you know, as I look at the minister's response, there just isn't a very satisfactory one. Frankly, it's no good if a doctor at a walk-in clinic says, yes, you know, I think you need to have your blood work done, or I think you need to have an MRI or an ultrasound or what have you, and you don't have a relationship with that physician, because there is nowhere for the results to go. And so not only are we not dealing effectively with people who have healthcare issues that have already been identified, but it actually makes it more difficult to identify healthcare problems which get detected through the relationship, because everything comes back to that office. And certainly, as I think some of my colleagues heard today at Public Accounts, it's positive under this government that some of that record keeping is going to happen with electronic records that a patient will be able to access and sort of hold on to. There is nothing in our healthcare system that replaces our relationship with a primary care provider. That could be a nurse practitioner. It could be a GP. Wonderful. I'm fully supportive if it can be a collaborative team practice where there's maybe also a social worker and maybe also somebody doing just vaccines, so you don't have a doctor doing vaccines, and there's a family practice nurse and maybe a nurse practitioner particularly providing care for the people who need longer appointments and have chronic conditions that need ongoing follow-up. But there needs to be a place. There needs to be a home. Each of us needs that if we are to get effectively any health care that is cost-effective and effective for our health care. And right now we have more than 100,000 patients in a province of less than 1 million people who do not have that. So I'm not so, I don't know what definition of crisis we're working with here in this House, but for each of those 100,000 people, particularly if they're actually undergoing any sort of healthcare issue that they want follow-up for, I suspect that they might define this as a crisis. And the thing that gets me about this is that it's a crisis that might have been avoided. It's a crisis that might have been avoided because instead of restricting billing numbers and telling family practices, no, sorry, you cannot replace that doctor who is retiring because we want you to move to a collaborative care model, this government could have managed a transition. One of the deputy ministers, I'm not sure actually if it's the deputy minister of community services or the deputy minister of health, but one of the deputy ministers who I have heard testify in my last 8 months here, likened a major reform process, I think it was community services, because I think it was around the income assistance transformation, to refurbishing a 747 while it's flying. Well, it strikes me that in our primary care, the primary care aspect of our healthcare system, instead we've kind of crashed it, and now we're trying to take off again. Except, you know, everybody was on their journey already. Sorry, that metaphor was a bit of a mess, so my apologies for that. But all the same, I've spoken with healthcare professionals, and like my colleague from Chester St. Margaret's, I am also being approached by people in the healthcare system wanting to just vent and share with me the frustrations that they're experiencing. And there are actually resources that are available to us which are being poorly managed right now, in part because with the new single health authority, it appears that while there's one big body in charge, it feels on the ground like in some cases nobody is empowered to actually make decisions. And so I'm hearing stories of wonderful, innovative, cost-effective, health-effective programs not continuing or not being supported because there isn't the ability to immediately make that standard across the whole province. And so we're no longer going to do something that was working really well in one district because we don't immediately have the ability to make it standard. It's one thing to say we're going to have a standard of care and then allow healthcare providers on the ground to work towards accomplishing that standard of care using the resources that they have and maybe having to grow towards that. But to expect there to immediately be unanimity across the province is simply not realistic. And what I am hearing about is a frustration of leadership that existed and that had been allowed to innovate and to contribute meaningfully at the level of, in this case, what is now the Central Zone, the capital, the old Capital Health District, now feeling really completely disempowered, watching work that they had done be dismantled because the leadership is now somewhere up there, but also inaccessible or non-responsive. So I think we are in a moment where there are some really drastic consequences for those many people who are waiting for family doctors. I have constituents in my district who have over years gone from family doctor to family doctor to family doctor within a practice that was not a quote-unquote collaborative health model, but a practice that had one home, one filing system, one receptionist that they knew for years, and they had continuity of care as one doctor retired or moved and another one came in, and for the first time, they are without a family doctor. And I don't think that is acceptable in this province, and I think it could have been avoided with a different approach. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and pleased to joined a debate today about doctors, doctor shortage, doctor recruitment, retention in the province. I think all of us, all Nova Scotians, in fact, would first of all today look at this issue as one perhaps much more complex than years ago when a doctor would come into a community, and in fact every doctor would have a solo practice. They may be 3 or 4 or 5 in one office, in one building, but everyone had a number of patients in their practice, and in fact were a solo practitioner. And in fact, as change goes on towards providing the right number of primary care providers, because we know as well that the team practice will in fact, in time, have Nova Scotians in front of the right clinician, the right health provider at the right time. And so building those teams of practice is a journey that we have begun. It's not one that the Nova Scotia Health Authority, one that the Department of Health or the Minister decided upon. This now, right across the med schools, certainly in Canada, in fact, is the #1 by the widest margin. 95% of all medical students want to practice in a team practice. So there's a new dimension around how doctors are going to practice. And so it's going to take us perhaps a little while to get to strong team practices in every one of our communities. And so in that process of building, we realize that there's an absolute place for the walk-in clinic. There's an absolute place for the traditional practice of 2, 3, 4, 5 doctors in a clinic carrying on their solo practice. But there is transitioning going on. And the transition is actually helping us meet a considerable number of patients who don't have a primary care provider. When we announced, for example, the Digby practice, and it's a good one to take a look at because this was an area that had phenomenal problems for 15 years having adequate doctors, adequate primary care. My former colleague here in the House, Junior Terrio, he went so far as to bring in doctors and get help in putting them up at the Pines to try and get them looking after patients as tourists flocked in the area and there was more demands on the ER and on doctors. And also to bring them in and let them get a flavor for the community in the area. Because let me tell you, it is an absolute wonderful area of our province. But for a host of reasons, doctors came in and left. And I think it's been a really brilliant idea to find doctors that have strong collegial ties and personal ties to support one another. And now there's going to be 3 doctors, 3 nurse practitioners that in fact can build up to service anywhere between 8,000 and 10,000 patients. This is really good news for this community, and they will start in summer to carry that out. I look at how residencies are helping to recruit doctors. As one of my colleagues here in the House from Queen, Shelburne area knows, they've had problems with primary care physicians. With the residency program in Yarmouth and young residents coming down to Shelburne to come under the mentorship of really a couple of tremendous local doctors, and furthermore a medical clinic that now will be built to support them, they've actually been able to recruit 2 new doctors, 1 in each of the past 2 years, as well as nurse practitioner, as well as expanding the scope of paramedics to work in the ER. We are working on different models to fill the need for primary care practitioners across the province. And in fact, you know, we have done very well with recruitment, but the new practitioner that I've referenced is not taking on, as some of our traditional doctors did, 2,500, 3,000 patients. In fact, 2 doctors in my community cover 6,000 patients. There's a practice in Kentville, and I just met with the primary lead there. And there's 6 doctors, and they get a bit of help from you know, other specialists that come into the clinic. But 6 doctors said with great flow and great organization, they look after 22,000 patients. So there's many different models. And when I talk about the models of care and new doctors taking on, you know, less patients, especially as they build up their practice, and I agree with that. You get to know your patients. Have the doctor be comfortable whatever number does suit them. But in that one practice in my hometown, if you went doctor for doctor, you'd need 5 to replace 2. So really, we have to look at this new model. We have to involve nurse practitioners, family practice nurses, a dietitian or a mental health provider 1 or 2 days a week. And so this new practice is certainly emerging. But you know what I really like about the team-based practice, collaborative care model? I've gone into 11 of them now across the province. And you know the strength? No 2 are alike. No 2 are alike. Each one will look at what are the needs of this community. They'll look at the needs of the community. In my area, they're not going with 2 or 3 nurse practitioners. They're going with 1 nurse practitioner, but 2 family practice nurses, because adjacent and to the military community, there's still a lot of young families. Monitoring and looking after the development pattern of young children is a great need still in my community. So a community on the South Shore, rather than building a facility to look after the opioid replacement program, a doctor in a collaborative practice, in fact, he was Canadian Rural Physician of the Year, Dr. David Martel. He went and looked at the best practice in Canada to integrate opioid replacement, methadone, Suboxone, into family practice. Not have a standalone clinic where people marched in and out on a daily basis and often stigmatized. Integrate it with that family doctor who knows his patients very, very well. And that was the one strong note that Dr. Danielle Martin left with us, in fact, when she came to Halifax. Our doctors need to develop strong relationships with their patients, no matter how many they have. So, you know, when we talk about not having sufficient doctors, well, I look at communities like Neils Harbor. They're happy to have 2 new doctors. Bedeque is happy to have their 2 new doctors. Glace Bay is certainly happy to have their new doctor. Digby is happy to have their 3 new doctors. Shelburne is very happy to have 2 new doctors. Bridgewater, new doctor. I can go around the province. In fact, a gentleman asked me today, where are the 70 new doctors? And I didn't have time to tell him every community and every clinic where they are located. But I've already met a significant number. The 2 new doctors in Kingston, the new doctor in Middleton, the new doctor in Berwick. I can keep going. I've been fortunate to see and meet a number of them. And this, by the way, is a very, very good recruitment year, and we'll see a number of doctors in communities right across Nova Scotia. And so we will get to a point in time where we will have the necessary and the number of doctors that Nova Scotians need. And I think we all look forward to when every Nova Scotian who asks for a doctor. I certainly have been told not everybody looks for a doctor, and we've had a lot rely on walk-in clinics. But if you have a condition, need a specialist report coming back, that's when it's a different time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sydney River Myra Lewisburg.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And you know, this is a very important topic that we are talking about here today. And I listened intently at what the Minister of Health had to say. And I don't think that anybody would disagree that times are changing, collaborative practices are important, nurse practitioners are part of what we need to do. But I feel bad that the Minister of Health has overlooked the most important aspect of what's taking place. He talked very passionately about how we are transitioning into a new type of healthcare in the province. He talked about how eventually we're going to have doctors and healthcare in place. But sadly, Mr. Speaker, he didn't talk about the 100,000 Nova Scotians who don't have a doctor today. They're the ones that we need to be concentrating on. They're the ones that are coming to us and saying, I haven't had a doctor for 4 or 5 years. You know, last year in June, we had an emergency meeting in Sydney. Over 1,000 people showed up, and they wanted to talk about the fact that they didn't have a family doctor. 3 or 4 days before that meeting, the Department of Health, or the Health Authority, orchestrated an announcement about a collaborative care practice that would be opening in the fall. Well, here we are. We're into April of the following year, 10 months, and that collaborative practice still isn't off the ground the way that it was promised to be. You know, Mr. Speaker, the people that don't have a doctor, whether it's the lady that has been 6 months pregnant and has been looking for a family doctor to get her through where she needs to be, whether it's the senior that can't go to a doctor to get a prescription filled for something that he needs or she needs to sustain their life. Going to emergency rooms and having to wait for 8 and 10 hours is not a suitable solution. I feel that this government has failed those thousands and thousands of people. They failed them because they did make a promise of a doctor for every Nova Scotian. That's a big dream to fill. But the reality is, people took them at their word and now find themselves in a position where doctors aren't available for their services. And what we see is happening in Cape Breton is we're losing specialists. Specialists have been leaving person after person after person. Specialists that make a difference to people. Specialists who, if they're not there, people have to travel to the center, to Halifax. And for a lot of them, there's a burden that goes along with that travel. The burden is they can't afford the trip. The burden is, where do I stay when I'm there? The burden is, how long am I going to be away from home? And the burden is, all my family is back there, and I have to go to Halifax to get something done that I used to be able to get done at home. Something as, and I shouldn't say as simple, but someone, the infection control doctor that we had in Sydney, left. And I stand before you, Mr. Speaker, as someone that knows the value of having someone like that located in Cape Breton. I firmly believe, Mr. Speaker, had we not had an infection control doctor at hand at the Cape Breton Regional Hospital, that I wouldn't be standing here today talking to you and the rest of the members of this House. Because when you need a specialist, you don't need a specialist that's 5 hours away. You need a specialist that's right there. And what about the patient that might have an aneurysm and there's no vascular care for him in Sydney. Does he make it to Halifax? Do they put him on a helicopter and create pressures on the helicopter that may cause a life-threatening event? So for us to stand here and say all the nice things about the future, and the future is important, Mr. Speaker, but the present is what has to be looked after. It's the present that people are concerned about. My father-in-law was taken to the hospital a couple of weeks ago. He landed there in an ambulance, got the best of care, because the people that do work in the system are fine people, and they do a good job. But the waiting room, Mr. Speaker, the waiting room in that ER was filled to capacity. There were people standing around because they couldn't find a chair to sit on. And you know, we went in, we tended with my father-in-law for a while. I went out because I had to go somewhere and pick someone else up. Some of the people that were there the first time I landed in the morning were still there when I came back at supper time. The demands on our physicians and on our healthcare system are great. But you know, people will say, well, look, all of them politicians, they're up there and they're just trying to grandstand and they're trying to say this is a big thing and oh my gosh, there must be an election coming. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to read you a couple of letters, and I'll be glad to table them, that came from doctors that are involved in the system on Cape Breton Island, doctors who I had an opportunity to meet with on the weekend, doctors who say that it is a crisis, and yet earlier today in question period, the Premier of this province said there was no crisis in the healthcare system in Sydney or the healthcare system in Nova Scotia. But yet doctors, the people, the very people that the minister talks about, the people that are the answer to the issue, are crying out looking for help. And they tell us, we send letters off to the Department of Health. We send letters off to the people at the District Health Authority, and we get no return calls. We get no answers. There's nobody accountable on site to answer some of the things that have to be answered. This one doctor, Dr. Jeannie Ferguson, medical care has deteriorated in Cape Breton over the last 2 years. We have lost a critical number of specialists and our mental health services is in a crisis. Mr. Speaker, there's another one. This is a letter from the Cape Breton Medical Staff Association. They're worried about the North Side ER that we heard about earlier in the day. And they say, over the last 2 years, we have seen a significant loss of family doctors and specialists from Cape Breton. This is negatively affecting the health of many Cape Bretoners. These include the loss of vascular surgery, infectious disease, physical medicine, family medicine, 2 geriatricians, and a severe shortage of psychiatric care. Do you know, Mr. Speaker, that if you were to go to an ER in Cape Breton today, and at 6 o'clock in the evening, and you needed the help of a psychiatrist, it's not available? It's not available, Mr. Speaker, because there is not enough people to do what needs to be done. Do you know that the Health Authority, the Nova Scotia Health Authority Wait Times website notes that a patient requiring a mental health appointment in Halifax will have to wait 80 days. 80 days, Mr. Speaker. But if they were in Sydney, they would have to wait 354 days. A year, Mr. Speaker. And how can you say that that's satisfactory? How can you say that there isn't a crisis in our Nova Scotia? And that's only one example of the growing gap between Halifax and Cape Breton. So these physicians, and there's many of them, they're asking for the Health Authority and the Minister to meet with the Medical Staff Association to talk about the severe shortages. And they're asking for people to join the doctor-sponsored health rally scheduled for May 7th, 2017 in North Sydney at Memorial High School so they can answer the questions of local Nova Scotians. So as much as the healthcare professionals that are in place are doing a good job, as much as collaborative care is the wave of the future, What about, Mr. Speaker, what about the 100,000 Nova Scotians that don't have a doctor today? There's little comfort in the statements of the Minister of Health. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes the time allotted for a late debate. House now stands adjourned until tomorrow at 1 p.m.